morning to all of you and welcome you to today's forum. My name is Shamima Muslim. I convene the Alliance for Women in Media Africa, and I'll be moderating the conversations for today. So we have been invited by the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition to come celebrate with it its 20th anniversary under the theme, Building Partnerships in the Fight Against Corruption. You would all agree with me that corruption has become a canker which has eaten and continues to eat deep into the fabric of our society. There are some who believe that we will never be able to effectively deal with the canker of corruption because, as they say, corruption greases the wheel of development. And there are some who believe that corruption rather adds sand to the wheel of development. Whichever school of thought you belong to, we hope that today, as we have been invited to do, we will help the GACC to reflect on the past 20 years in its quest to work with partners to fight the canker of corruption and set Ghana on a progressive path to development. We will invite you to also help us to reset the agenda based on the reflections we'll all come up with, the good, bad, the ugly. And hopefully we'll make commitments within this room as partners for a common cause and a common vision to relaunch and continue with our advocacy against corruption. So thank you once again and welcome to today's forum. As the saying goes, an unexamined life is not worth living. And 20 years is certainly enough time to look back to see what has worked, even with the partnership. What have been the bottlenecks, the challenges, and what remains the opportunities to tackle the next 20 years. Many of you may be aware that by 2025, we would be entering the second quarter of the 21st century. Ghana as a country is 64 years old? If Ghana was a public service worker, Ghana would have had to be on retirement by now. So if we reflect about the progress of our country, are we happy with where we are? If we are not happy, what must we do individually and collectively to deal with the problems that continue to hold our country back? We hope that you will be candid in your reflections about the state of our nation, particularly the issues of corruption that continues to take the much needed resources that we need to build a progressive nation with citizens living in dignity. So we don't see the scenes that we saw yesterday of Ghanaians in their struggle to eke out a living for themselves, struggling with an issue as public transport. Once again, welcome. And I would like at this instant to call on Mrs. Rosamond Combat, who is the project officer at GACC, to give us the opening prayer and we'll set proceedings underway. Shall we welcome her with a round of applause, please? Are we hungry? Don't be miserly with the claps. So. We need to keep the energy up.
Please let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for today. We thank you for our lives. We thank you for how far you have brought GACC. Father, Lord Jesus, we pray committing those who are yet to join us into your hands. We pray that you grant them traveling mercies to this place. Father, Lord Jesus, we commit today's event into your hands. We pray that the Holy Spirit will take absolute control of this occasion. And at the end of the day, all glory and honor will be given to you. Amen.
Thank you very much. Hey. Now that we know that where two or more are gathered, the Spirit is in our midst, I'm sure the Spirit would guide us to do that which is right. I'd like at this moment to acknowledge the presence of some of our very special dignitaries. You are all very special, and we thank you for honoring the invitation. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Emmanuel Jima Buedi, who is a former executive director of CDD, former chief executive officer Afrobarometer, founding member of the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition. Please, let's give this man a resounding round of applause. He never tires. You don't know where he gets his motivation to continue, even in the face of tremendous challenges. I'd like to also recognize the presence of Mr. Richard Akom Quason, Vice Chairman of the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition and Deputy Commissioner of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ. He's not in yet? Okay, so his clap has been given to him in absentia. Also, I would like to acknowledge the special presence of the Honorable Alfred Tua Yeboah, Deputy Attorney General, Ministry of Justice, and Attorney General's Department. Thank you so very much for your presence. And of course, also to acknowledge the presence of Reverend Dr. Fred Digbe, Reverend Minister, Ghana Baptist Convention, and he was also former chair of the GACC. Mr. Akwesi Abiesi is the chairman of the board of CDD and also former chair of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Mr. Abiesi, there you are. Thank you for coming. Dr. Mrs. Jimaima Nunu is a lecturer at JIMPA and will be joining us in the panel later in the afternoon. We acknowledge your presence as well. Where? Okay, there you are. You see, the problem with these masks, we've all become ninjas. And sometimes you really need to peer into the eyes of someone to recognize the person. So, yes. Right. Okay, so I will be doing the other introductions in the course of the program. But for now, it's just as well that we hear from the Executive Director of GACC, Mrs. Beauty Emefa Nate, to give us the welcome remarks. Please give her a beautiful round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman, for this occasion, the Deputy Attorney General. Oh, what should use this? Okay, thank you. The Deputy Attorney General, Professor Jima Buedi, the board members, former and current board members of the GACC, former and current serving public officials and heads of organizations gathered here, former and serving representatives of development partners, former staff of GACC, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a great pleasure that I welcome you to this commemorative event. 2 decades ago, the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition was founded to confront corruption and governance issues with a concerted approach from government, civil society, and the private sector. The formation of GACC followed the 9th International Anti-Corruption Conference held in Durban, South Africa, in October 1999, which, among others, produced a consideration for a more holistically approach with a broad spectrum of stakeholders playing an active part in the anti-corruption fight. In Ghana, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, held the National Integrity Workshop in Accra on the heels of the conference in Durban. The recommendations from these two events contributed to an informal mobilization of an anti-corruption actors termed the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition. The World Bank, in August 2000, supported the government of Ghana to undertake a diagnostic study of the phenomenon of corruption in Ghana. The study, entitled the Ghana Governance and Corruption Survey Evidence from Households, Enterprises, and Public Officials, was undertaken by the Center for Democratic Development, CDD, Ghana. This study recommended, inter alia, the broadening of the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition by involving a broad range of stakeholders, including government, the business sector, and NGOs, as well as religious bodies. The survey recommendations inspired the formal registration of the GACC with a certificate to commence business on the 13th of March 2001. The GACC initially was hosted by the Ghana Integrity Initiative and was thus established as a unique cross-sectoral grouping of public, private, civil society organizations with a vision to create a society in which transparency, accountability, and integrity are upheld. The GACC sought to coordinate the running of a broad-based platform capable of effectively tackling corruption issues within Ghana. The membership of GACC has grown from 8 to 13 during the last two decades. The coalition has, over the years, carried out various activities, including research, corruption monitoring, CSO, and citizen capacity building on anti-corruption issues, local, national, sub-regional level advocacy to impact change. The coalition has gained recognition and credibility as well as legitimacy among public, private, and civil society organizations in Ghana, in the sub-region, and even beyond. GACC's concerted approach to the fight against corruption, particularly at the local level, prompted the creation of the local accountability networks, termed LANETs, in 34 districts in 13 of Ghana's 16 administrative regions. The LANET brings together members of local civil society, ensuring that its membership is representative of the district citizen groups. Over the years, their efforts have resulted in increased collaboration between local governments, service providers, and citizens to ensure timely delivery of infrastructure and services, as well as quality infrastructure and better services for more accountable governance. GACC also supports the LANETs to monitor the implementation of audit recommendations of MMDAs to ensure local governments are responsive to audit recommendation and thereby strengthen financial systems. At the national level, ladies and gentlemen, GACC initiated the periodic anti-corruption CSO engagement platform with the three arms of government in 2017 to discuss concerns of mutual interest and prefer evidence-based recommendation on issues bordering on corruption, governance, and decentralization. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to say out of this, we have also created a platform for national level CSOs termed the GACC CSO platform, where the national level CSO engage and collaborate on issues of mutual interest. GACC has also contributed to the passage of a number of laws and their implementation critical to the anti-corruption legislation. Few among them are the Whistleblowers Act, we also developed a simple handbook to help people comprehend the Act. And we also translated the booklet into 4 different Ghanaian languages, as well as we also influenced the whistleblower amendment process with findings from a nationwide engagement that was held. We also actively participated in the passage of the Right to Information Act, the Office of the Special Prosecutor, the Witness Protection Act, Public Financial Management Regulations, among others. In the West Africa sub-region, ladies and gentlemen, GACC also coordinated procurement and contract monitoring activities in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Currently, we are supporting CSOs to monitor procurement and audit implementation in Sierra Leone and Benin. And I'm happy to say that our partners in Sierra Leone and Benin are currently online with us. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we pause to look at the journey this far. We look back to celebrate our achievements as a coalition and to recognize the institutions and the men and women that have sacrificed to keep the GACC relevant and functional. We look back to take stock of our contribution to anti-corruption and good governance in Ghana and West Africa. As happy as we are about our achievements, we recognize that more needs to be done to make the desired impact against corruption in Ghana. Against this background, we deem today as a solemn occasion for reflection with the view to learn from the past and to inform the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the coalition has been emboldened with a new 5-year strategy plan, which started from the year 2020 and hopes to expire in the year 2024, with the objective of positioning the GACC as a catalytic tool in the anti-corruption space in Ghana. Today's event thus affords us the opportunity to examine the anti-corruption landscape in Ghana and make a determination on the relevance of our strategic priorities in the current climate. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been honored to assemble a panel of eminent men and women in their various fields to offer us insight into current anti-corruption issues. If you look at the background of the panel, you will realize that we have representation from the private sector, from the civil society, and from government. This is consistent with our eclectic approach to fighting corruption. We are so optimistic that we will learn from the panel to help us to appraise our current strategic plan as we look to the future. And we also believe that you as participants will also help us by sharing your perspective during the discussions. We pray for a future where GACC steps up efforts to reduce corruption in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be time today to duly recognize all our stakeholders. However, I want to pay tribute to our members, partners, and to former and current staff of GACC and former and current board members of GACC who have dedicated their time and efforts to the service of the organization. I would like to specifically appreciate the commitment and dedication of the current board chair. I have relied on the wisdom and guidance of the board, and they have helped us to steer this ship towards the direction set by the compass of the board. I am particularly grateful to the board chair, Nana Osei-Bonsu, and the vice chair, Mr. Richard Kwesi, who will be joining us shortly, for the guidance and counsel I continue to receive from them, and by extension to all the board members. I would like to celebrate Professor Jima Bwedi for taking a personal interest in the affairs of GACC and always looking out for the best of GACC. Sir, we are so grateful. I would also like to thank my predecessors, Mrs. Flores Dennis and Mrs. Linda Ofori-Kwafo, for their advice and encouragement during my ongoing tenure as Executive Secretary. Mrs. Linda Ofori-Kwafo, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to fully engage in every activity as we celebrate our 20th anniversary. We welcome your candid assessments and suggestions to propel the GACC further. Wanhanye atu akwaba miawezo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Shall we give another round of applause to Mrs. Beauty Emefa Nate? So next on the program, we will take the chairperson's opening remarks. So the chairperson was billed to be Mr. Richard Quayson, who is the vice board chair of GACC, but he's unable to join us immediately. But in his stead, we have Madam Linda Ofori-Kwafo, who is the executive director of the Ghana Integrity Initiative, who I know would definitely do a great job as well. Please, she's already here. You see how serious she is. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I believe not too long ago, we all witnessed a very senior public official who was being vetted, and he was asked whether he will fit in the shoes of his predecessor, and he said he will actually come with his own shoes. I don't have any shoes because my predecessor, the person who should have been the chair and be given the speech, both of them are men. So I will try to still deliver the speech as given to me this morning. And as Beauty rightly said, Mr. Richard Quayson will be joining us very soon after an emergency meeting he had to attend to this morning. So I read on his behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to chair this very special occasion on behalf of the GACC board chair in the person of Nana Osei Bonsu, the CEO of the Private Enterprises Federation. I am even more privileged to have personal knowledge of the GACC since its inception. I have had a front row seat as the GACC increased in membership, recognition, influence, and credibility. Today's celebration is not limited to the entity known as GACC. It is a celebration of all the institutional members of the coalition, namely the Center for Democratic Development, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the Ghana Audit Service, Ghana Conference of Religions for Peace, the Ghana Integrity Initiative, Ghana Journalists Association, Good Governance Africa, National Commission for Civic Education, Private Enterprises Federation, Public Procurement Authority, and the Institute of Economic Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need to belabor the difficulty of partnerships, any kind of partnership. However, the GACC boasts 13 organizations that work together to fight corruption and promote good governance. 8 of these organizations has been with the GACC for the past 20 years, and the others joined not too long ago. It is mere feat to have many organizations working together for so long. There is a reason we don't see a GACC-esque coalition every day. It takes a lot of work to sustain coalitions. I therefore would like to say Ayiko to all the institutional members. I think they deserve a hand of applause. They've done a good work by continuously working with the GACC and not giving the executive secretary headaches, my organization inclusive. The GACC has not been built on institutional members partnership alone. There are many stakeholders that we see in the room today that have given us support over the years. And I would like to say Ayiko to you all as well. From development partners to the media, to civil society organizations that the GACC works with in the governance space. We are here today to celebrate your work as well and to celebrate your partnership with us and your support for us over the years. I am certain we can count on you all for many, many more years to come. At 20, the GACC is still in its youth. However, the prevalence and the pervasiveness of corruption today requires that we put on an older head as a coalition and operate more innovatively in order to rise up to the challenge. We are here to celebrate, but we are also here to chart a new path so far as anti-corruption is concerned. I am privileged to the information in the Corruption Perception Index for the year 2021, which will be released come 25th of January next year. Ladies and gentlemen, we really need to chart a new path so far as our anti-corruption effort is concerned in this country. This part of the statement is mine. Once again, I am grateful for the privilege to chair. And as I said, Mr. Kwesen will be here very soon to sit in the seat as the chair. On this note, I bring his remarks to an end. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please. Mr. Kwesen would have had a Herculean task trying to fit into those heels. Thank you so very much, Linda, for that wonderful opening remarks. We'll now take some remarks from partners, and we have a short video from ONCAP Coalition, after which I would invite Mr. Edward Amprachum of UNDP to give his remarks as well. So a short video, please.
Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation to address you at this important anniversary forum. My name is Matthias Hutter. I lead the office of the UNCAP Coalition in Vienna. We are a global civil society network of more than 350 civil society organizations around the world committed to advancing the monitoring and implementation of the UN Convention Against Corruption. And we're very happy and proud to have the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition as one of our members. My sincere congratulations to the GACC, to Beauty, Imefa Narte, and to committed and capable team, to the GACC's members and all those who over the past 20 years contributed to its positive impact and its success in building partnerships in the fight against corruption. I would like to emphasize that the GACC has made important contributions to both cycles of the UNCAC implementation review in Ghana. In fact, we often highlight the Ghanaian example and the role of the GACC internationally as a good practice model that shows how an inclusive and participatory UNCAC review mechanism can contribute to achieving impact. Furthermore, I'm very happy that the GACC recently, with support of the UNCAC Coalition, has produced a parallel report, a research report that assesses Ghana's progress in implementing UNCAC provisions of chapters 2 and 5 on the corruption prevention and on asset recovery. Myself, I had the pleasure and privilege of visiting Ghana a few years ago, and I was fascinated to learn about the GACC's multi-stakeholder approach, which stands out internationally. This approach of bringing together public sector institutions, private sector, civil society, and journalists under one roof, under one coalition, to jointly advance transparency, accountability, and integrity. That is truly an inspirational approach that I think can serve as a role model for many other countries. This approach of bringing together organizations and institutions with different missions, with different backgrounds, ranging from private sector, public procurement, to civic education, journalism, human rights, democratic development, and the promotion of integrity, good governance, and even religious associations. All those actors jointly, I think, are a very powerful mix to advance anti-corruption efforts in a truly collaborative manner. The GACC has also made important contributions to numerous laws in the sphere of anti-corruption. This includes, for example, the laws governing the protection of whistleblowers, the protection of witnesses, but also the Act on the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Another important law that the GACC contributed to is the Right to Information Act, and if I recall correctly, it took about 20 years to get this law from the initial initiative across the finishing line until it was adopted. And I think that law is a powerful reminder of the endurance that we need to see from organizations like the GACC and how important these organizations are in keeping up the momentum to make sure these initiatives reach the finishing line and are in the end adopted. So from Vienna, it looks like much important progress has been made in Ghana over the past 2 decades in terms of advancing anti-corruption efforts and adopting the provisions of the UNCAC. Today's forum, I believe, is an excellent opportunity to take stock of what has been achieved by the GACC and all the other stakeholders, and to reflect what future actions are needed to further strengthen Ghana's system of checks and balances, its institutions that are playing important roles in advancing transparency, integrity, and accountability. And so, again, I congratulate to 20 successful years and wish all of you all the best and much impact in many years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that was the remarks from UNCAC Coalition. I'd also like, before I invite the next speaker, acknowledge the presence of Dr. Estelle Feya-Boakye, who is the chair of Star Ghana Foundation, also former director of the Ghana Institute of Local Government Studies. We recognize your presence, madam. Another round of applause. To keep the juices flowing. It's for your own health. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of my president, the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, Dr. Afail Moni. Presido, you're welcome. Acknowledge your presence. And just so we know who is in the room, civil society representatives, if you're there, can you wave at us? CSOs, there you are. Let's give them a round of applause. State actors and representatives from state institutions, state actors. Hey, I'm seeing some people who are both CSOs and state actors. Thank you so very much for your presence as well. Private sector business, private sector. If you're an ally, you can represent them, it's fine. We acknowledge your presence as well. And of course, my colleague journalists who are also in the house, please let's show them some love. Thank you all for coming. Mr. Edward Amprechum would give us the remarks on behalf of UNDP. He's the head of governance cluster UNDP.
Good morning. I give you greetings from the United Nations leadership, specifically on behalf of Dr. Angela Dusigi, who is the resident representative of the UNDP in Ghana. The chairman for this occasion, the Deputy Minister of Justice, the board of the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, my former boss and mentor, Professor Jima Bodi, distinguished ladies and gentlemen gathered here, the media present. As I said, I bring you warm greetings from the United Nations Development Programme, hoping you, yourselves, your families and colleagues are well and healthy in the midst of this COVID-19 as we continue to work and contribute to promoting a culture of integrity and accountability and anti-corruption in Ghana. Distinguished Chair, the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition has been an impressive civil society in Ghana in the last 2 decades and has made significant contributions to promoting accountability and a culture of integrity in the Ghanaian society. Through the work of civil society organizations across the globe, there has been some movement on the anti-corruption agenda. The case of Ghana is not too different, but I may not want to bore you with statistics on corruption indicators in Ghana. Yet, across the globe, we know that corruption is one of the biggest impediments to achieving the SDGs. The SDGs are important to those of us in the United Nations fraternity. Globally, every year, $1 trillion is paid in bribes, while an estimated $2.6 trillion are stolen annually through corruption. Compare that with the financing gap for the SDGs that is estimated at $2.5 trillion per year in developing countries. The money we lose in corruption is money that is lost for development of our societies. The UN estimates that funds lost to corruption represent 10 times the amount of official development assistance. Without doubt, it is critical for the achievement of SDGs, especially in the post-COVID-19 era, to evaluate the progress made and the gaps in the anti-corruption agenda to enable us to develop the needed strategies to accelerate our actions in the achievement of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, ratified by nearly every country in the world. It is also the case that we need to double our action in our attempt to achieve the National Anti-Corruption Action Plan in Ghana. Distinguished guests, as UNDP, we are invested in continuing to strengthen the fight against corruption by prioritizing the role of CSOs, especially those that partner in government, or those that partner with government in a proactive manner. Let me congratulate the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, its board, its partners that have supported them over the past 20 years, including the UNDP. We must go beyond words to concrete actions so that the right leadership and actions to deal with corruption is taken. UNDP wishes to pledge our support to the good work that GACC and other CSOs are doing towards promoting a culture of integrity and anti-corruption in Ghana. As earlier indicated, a strong environment of accountability, integrity, and anti-corruption are essential elements towards the attainment of the SDGs. And as we are in the last decade of action, it is more critical that we focus on dealing with these issues. We call on all actors to accelerate efforts towards the achievement of the SDGs by promoting a space of accountability, public trust, and integrity for development to thrive in Ghana and beyond. I wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Edward Amprechum, Head of Governance Cluster, UNDP. So as we have been told by the literature, corruption cannot be dealt with if we are not actively, proactively, or reactively investigating corruption matters, if we are not prosecuting, if we are not retrieving, monies, proceeds of crime. But most importantly, if we are not educating the public on the right civics. And we are really honored to have in our presence one woman who's been leading the charge to educate Ghanaians and give them the right sets of attitude, skills, so we can change our behaviors, so that we ourselves are not perpetrators of the same ills. Because corruption thrives because you and I make it so. Let us recognize the presence of Madam Josephine Nkrumah, who is the head of NCCE. Thank you so very much, Madam, for all the good work you've been doing despite your resource constraints. Right, so how many of us in this room has ever had the opportunity to face corruption in terms of having had to experience one form of corruption or the other, paying illegal fees, licensing, taxes, what have you? If you have, please raise your hand. Please, let's be honest. I will not ask what you did. I'm just asking if you faced it, right? Almost everybody. So those who don't have any experience with corruption, is it because you really haven't had, or you yourself, you are the one who has been paying or requesting for those bribes to be made? But I mean, the point to be made is that we've all experienced it in one form or the other, and we always have those dilemmas. If you're facing a policeman, to pay or not to pay, to go to court or to go home, those dilemmas are real. What kinds of values and ethics do we need to imbibe over long periods to be able to make the hard decisions when our convenience is at stake? These are some of the things we would want to draw out so we can input them into programming, so we can at least say that we are making progress, because for now, dear, the matter make hot. So moving on to the other parts of the program. Okay, so I have a few more individuals to acknowledge, and also to acknowledge and welcome all those who are joining us virtually. Mr. Seth Oting, Youth Bridge Foundation, we acknowledge your presence. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Sean Henry Osei, Financial Intelligence Community, thank you for coming. Mrs. Juliet Amwa, who is with Penn. Juliet, your organization is always giving me problems, so I'm going to take my time to pronounce it. Pen plus Bytes. If you think it's easy, please pronounce it yourself. Let's go. Pen plus Bytes. Okay, so it's my tongue that's the problem. Mrs. Charlotte Osei. Oh, pardon? Okay, so that's Osei that was here, right? So Mrs. Charlotte Morgan Esiedu, Office of the President. Thank you so very much, ma'am. George Ano, National Peace Council. Thank you for coming, Mr. George. Professor Ken Atefa. Yes, I thought it was Prof, but I wasn't too sure. Prof, thank you for coming. We acknowledge your presence as well. Forever thank you, Prof. Trust him. Sami Obeng, Parliamentary Network. Sami, it's been a bit. There you are. Mr. Ben Boachi ASEP. Ben, hi. Thanks for coming as well. Mr. Brian Sapeti, former Executive Director, EOCO. Oh, he just went out. Okay, we acknowledge his presence as well. Francis Chega, CDD Ghana. Francis, thank you. Tina Asante Apietu, Good Governance Africa. Tina, oh, there you are. Thank you for coming. Abba Jacqueline Opoku, also of EOCO. Thank you very much. And I'm glad all of you are here. And I'm sure we'll be having the discussion regarding the challenges with prosecution. Because obviously, UNDP says that the justice system is one of the key areas to look at if we're going to ever stop impunity. If people think they will get away with murder, they will actually murder. So we need to have a serious look at the prosecution. I'm happy we have the Deputy Attorney General here who'll be telling us what the challenges are and whether it is who you know that will give you justice in Ghana or not. So thank you all for coming. And I would now like to invite for a musical interlude, after which we will take the keynote address from the Honorable Alfred Tuayeboa, Deputy Attorney General. Musical interlude just for 3 minutes. Thank you. You can dance along if you want to.
Hello, hello.
So we're almost at the end part of our first part of the program, the keynote address. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a round of applause the Honorable Alfred Tuayeboah, Deputy Attorney General, Ministry of Justice and Attorney General's Department, to give us the keynote address. You better clap before he prosecutes you.
Thank you very much, Shamima. I don't know whether I can have a course of action against you if you fail to clap. Good morning once again. Chairman for the occasion, the Executive Secretary of GACC, our distinguished resource persons, chairperson and members of the board of GACC, distinguished guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to join you for the 20th anniversary forum. This is a perfect time to reflect on and take into account the road traveled thus far and the path to follow in the arduous journey of the fight against corruption. The Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice and I welcome this opportunity to further strengthen our engagement with you. I salute the executives and organizers for their efforts in leading this important discussion on the key priority of this government's commitment to fight corruption and resolve and restore public trust in our system. We all gathered here are fully aware that corruption has a cost. Lord Distan Jr., President of Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, put it this way, and I quote, "Corruption in the public sphere represents an insidious surcharge destined for the pockets of the few that are funded by the many, specifically by the taxpayer," end quote. Corruption weakens the foundation of the rule of law, stunts the growth of our economy, and feeds on a wide range of areas such as education, health, politics, sports, national security, water, and poverty alleviation measures. But its worst effect is causing hopelessness. It is an existential threat that needs to be uprooted and flushed out with every strength that we have. The government, in its efforts to fight the canker of corruption, has, through Parliament, passed key sunshine legislations. Among them are the Right to Information Act, pursuant to Article 21, Clause 1F, the Witness Protection Act of 2018, Public Financial Management Regulations, the Office of Special Prosecutors Act, which, as we all know, has come to stay. The fight against corruption is a shared responsibility. It is my responsibility. It is your responsibility. It is our responsibility. Corruption, as we all know, thrives when the cost associated with it is very low. In this wise, every effort must be made to make corruption a high-risk activity. But the question that keeps coming is, who is corrupt? Who is corrupt? The measure of corruption has always been by way of perception. And because we dwell on perception, when it comes to the prosecution of corrupt cases, it becomes so difficult because people are not ready to volunteer information. Multiple suspicion, as we all know, will never find conviction if you don't have the evidence available to back it. So as an office, we are ready and willing to do our part, but we cannot do it when we are not getting the right evidence to back our prosecution. Many people are not ready to talk. Many people have information about corruption. People pay money at times to get public services. But after having done so, they refuse or neglect to give the information needed for prosecution. So this is one of the key issues when it comes to corruption matters. All of us here have the same interest, which is to prevent corruption. We must therefore reject cynical profiteering and exploitation of public trust. We have the opportunity to reinforce anti-corruption action in this pandemic response and recovery, and to build resilient societies able to withstand the threats and challenges of tomorrow. Corruption is a cancerous tumor. Is it eating deep into the fabric of society? The government alone cannot fight it. It depends on you and me. On this call, we would like to call on Ghanaians to help in the fight against corruption. It is therefore not a surprise that GACC has led such a fight and will continue to support the activities of GACC. I urge you all to make the best use of this opportunity. Thank you once again for this timely and necessary discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause again. He's a rare breed of politician, isn't it? His speech was very simple and short and straight to the point. And the call is, it is our collective responsibility to root out a cancerous canker that is rooted so deep in our fabric. We'll be unpacking that soon. And so we're at the end of the first part of the program. So what we'll do now is to invite, with your indulgence, all of you to help us cut the anniversary cake. And we will take a group photograph and some light refreshment whilst we set up the stage for the panel conversation. So this shouldn't take us more than 20 minutes. And we'll be back for the second part of our program. So, Mary, I will take direction from you. I can't see the cake yet, because you're supposed to cut the cake, take some photos, and then take some refreshments, which is packed to my left. So please kindly help yourself after the photos. Whilst we wait for the cake, let me acknowledge the presence virtually of Professor Audrey Gajepo. She's the Vice Board Chair of CDD and the former Dean of School of Information and Communication Studies of the University of Ghana. Prof, thank you very much for joining us. Also virtually, Dr. Felix Adoyobo, Director at the NDPC. And we have some USAID officials, Audra Lycos, Emmanuel Mensa Ackerman, Eva Osei. Thank you all for joining us virtually. So the cake it's on its way. You know it's a 20-year celebration, so it has to take like 20 steps to get here. That's how it works. Invite all the current board members and former board members to take their spots behind the cake. Thank you. And the Deputy Attorney General, who's our special guest, can you kindly join for this momentous occasion? All former board members, current board members, key partners,
So we thank God for 20 years. It's not been an easy journey, and it's quite a difficult one. Just when they asked me to pick the microphone, it just dawned on me how challenging this work is. There have been threats, there have been so many things happening to us. But today, the GACC is 20 years, and we are happy to be part. It's growing, it's becoming bigger, it's getting more projects within Ghana and outside Ghana. It's all been possible through your able support and contribution, those online and those present in this room. So on behalf of GACC, we are thanking God as we ask the executive director to use a very big, this is a 20 years bread knife. So we cut this cake in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the blessed Holy Spirit. And we are praying for many, many more years of successful anti-corruption where corruption will minimize and development will be the order of the day for Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Auntie Beauty, who else is taking photo? So group photo, please. Group photo for everyone who can manage to get themselves onto the podium. Kindly let's finish it quickly so we can have a break. Can we kindly just come onto the podium to take the group photo? Our special guest, please. And then Alpha, everybody who is here. Auntie Esther. It's group photo for all of us. CSOs, please, everybody. Former staff members. Ghana Integrity Initiative. Kojo Asante. Please go. Group photo, group photo. And I've been notified that Alhaji Mohamed Gado of the Ghana Conference of Religions for Peace is here. Alhaji Mohamed, thank you for coming. Can you please join the group photo as well? Our panel members, kindly join. Thank you. Much appreciated. Hey, Prof. In the middle. Right. And staff members, please. Just Auntie Josephine, she's. Thank you all so very much. Please, shall we give them a round of applause? Thank you. And kindly, please, snacks is ready. Please help yourself. We have like 10 or so minutes to just grab a bite and come back to the table whilst we set up. Thank you so very much for your patience so far. And we would really love for you to participate in this next session, because that's where we are looking for the other out-of-the-box ideas which can help us fight this corruption canker. So snack break is ready. Please, let's quickly go have our snacks. Thank you. And we have some publications here that would definitely be good for your library. Kindly come by the table and help yourself. Wow, that was very energetic. I could feel it in my heart. Thank you so very much for that wonderful but needed intervention. Thank you also very much for your patience as well and for staying for this next part of the program. Is the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition's 20th Anniversary Forum themed 20 Years of Building Partnerships in the Fight Against Corruption. And we are live here at Fiesta Royal Hotel. So we want to, as I said earlier, to reflect on the journey of the anti-corruption fight so far for the past 20 years, but most importantly, to agree if we need a reset and a relaunch of the continuous advocacy. What must be done? What have been the successes? What have been the pitfalls? What lessons are we learning? And how do we create a new energizing campaign on corruption? To help me on this conversation, from my right opposite me, so let me just start the right opposite me, we have Dr. Jemima Nunu. She's a lecturer, ethics and leadership, Jimpa Business School. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Next to her is Professor Emmanuel Jimabuedi, former CEO, Afrobarometer, and former Executive Director, CDD Ghana. Welcome, Prof. Thank you for making the time. Next to Prof is Mrs. Yvonne Atakura Obuobisa. She is the Director of Public Prosecution at the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General's Department. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for coming. We also have Reverend Dr. Fred Digbe, who is a senior pastor, Calvary Baptist Church, and a former board chair of the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition. Thank you, Prof. Doctor, for coming. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Kwesi Ebiesi, former board chair, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC. Thank you so very much for making time. We're hoping that we'll be joined virtually from Uganda by Ms. Sisi Kagaba, who is the Ugandan Coalition of Corruption. So there's also an anti-corruption coalition in Uganda. We wanted to have her experience as well. So I'm jumping straight ahead. Of course, if you know your past, then you would have a clearer idea where you want to go to. So I'm going to start with Prof. Prof was there right from the beginning when the first integrity workshop was organized, conference, to think about imbibing the values of integrity and how, as actors, we can all play various roles to build the structures and play the necessary watchdog role to ensure that the structures that will fight against corruption work. So, Prof, I'll start with you. What was the thinking around that time? But most importantly, what was the situation that even gave birth to an idea of having a partnership or a coalition to fight corruption collectively? If you can take us back to the journey and your own reflections of how far we have come and whether your dream has been realized.
Thank you, Shamima. And let me say what a big honor and a privilege to be here this morning to reflect on, to commemorate, to celebrate the founding of GACC, and generally to celebrate all of you who have been involved with the anti-corruption and public integrity movement in Ghana, many of whom are in the room today. So, the origins of GACC. Well, the GACC comes up in the early 2000s from the realization that we had made a very good start in raising the banner of anti-corruption and public integrity by the end of the century as Ghana, as a country. Somewhere up very close to the end of the century, we founded the Ghana Integrity Initiative. as a civil society, non-state actor, anti-corruption pressure group. It had made some strides, and it was making strides, but we realized a limitation. The limitation was that as civic actors, as non-state actors, we could talk, we could make noise, we could do a lot of shouting and advocacy about corruption and the need to do something about it. But much of the consequential actions really could only be taken up by the state, by government. And so that realization that we were limited, we could go far, but we couldn't go as far as we needed to go without some engagement with the state, made us to tactically decide that it was important to then engage the state somewhat, and at the very least, to engage with some of the state actors that were directly involved with anti-corruption, public integrity, accountable governance. And at that time, you could talk of SRAD, then Serious Fraud Office, and then the Attorney General's office that was beginning to deal with governance matters, matters to do with the soft side of the politics of government. So they came in, joined hands with the rest of us from civil society, the Ghana Integrity Initiative, CDD Ghana and others and then the private enterprise foundation at the time, whose head at the time is also on this podium happily, to form it. So it was basically to get a front that comprised not just non-state actors, civil society types, but also state, and a very important player and actor of the private sector.
Right. So how were decisions taken in that kind of, coalition, and where interests clashed, how were they resolved?
So I think it was also a coalition of the like-minded. On the civil society, on the state side, state actor side, there was the Serious Fraud Office, and I noticed that Mr. Sapati, Brian Sapati, who was the head of Serious Fraud Office then, was part of this group of the leaders of GACC. And then on their side, straight from the ambit of the state and government, but there was also SRAD, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice, which was clothed with some constitutional independence. So even though it was a state actor, it could still act with some independence. I think one of the first achievements of GACC, and therefore the achievement of that model, was that it became possible for GACC for the Serious Fraud Office and SRAD to sort out some of the mandate conflicts and some of the jurisdictional conflicts that they experience in their respective work, and to work together towards a common purpose in a manner that may have been difficult to do without a coalition. Right. For those of us coming from civil society on state side, it was good experience to work with our counterparts from the state sector. Because somebody like me, I've never worked in government before. Right. As an academic, I didn't have to like my head of department or particularly respect him. I did my work independently, and I was happy with it. I realized working in anti-corruption that you had to somehow get along with all of these different powers and principalities. And that was a good...
So upon hindsight, Prof, now would you say, knowing what you know of the experience thus far, that it was a good decision to form a coalition in the nature of which was formed at the time?
Absolutely, and still a good decision. And I realized that subsequently, that model has been adopted by, for instance, PIAC and others. And I'm happy to hear that Uganda has a similar model. I think it's a very powerful model.
So, thank you so very much, Prof. Now, when we come back to the second round, we'll now look at lessons learned and how to strengthen a model like that. So, Reverend Digbe, the issue of corruption has oscillated between morality and ethics. And I'm sure one of the reasons why the faith community is represented in the GACC, because they have the mandate to deal with the moral side of things. I mean, if you also do your own reflections of where we were as a country, and despite all of these interventions and where we are today with respect to the issue of corruption, will you say we have gone or we have come?
We are going. I would say some of the, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I hear time is short, so I'll not go through all the protocols. But it's an ongoing challenge. Taking from where Prof left off, the religious bodies, as they say, when they expanded their territory, brought us in because of the moral side. And immediately, some of us entered. We saw that we had entered into a trap. And I got into the chairmanship as a result of innocently declaring my ignorance. And that's part of the challenge of a coalition. After my first meeting, having come from Glen Eagles and Jubilee fight about anti-corruption, then we asked GCRP to join the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, GI. We're going to have an election. So I sent a note, this is my first meeting, I don't know anything, I'm not available to be elected because I don't know anything. We went to Akosombo to do election. They said, you gave the best answer. You are qualified to be the chairman. I said, for what? Because of your level of ignorance. I said, that's fine. Later on I learned, and then with the promise that they will help me. Later on I learned that these non-state actors and actresses and civil society and all these groups, think tanks, had come from each other. Some were cousins before they became grandchildren. Some were this, that. Government had used this organization before. One regime used the other one. So as they sit down there, they all have their own turf wars. And the academics will say, what about...
You were in a trap.
I was ignorant. Right. So you could chair them without knowing who you are siding with or whose label is what, and say whatever you want to say without any implication. So the strength was that we were together. But the limitation was that the turf wars existed and probably still exist.
How do we then deal with these issues, looking at the work that requires to be done? And still the question about the moral bit. I mean, has the church failed in this regard, which is why we still corruption in so many places, including even in religious spaces?
We will learn later on, if you say lessons learned. I'll come to that. Yes, you can do the moral trumpeting and all the things that you want to say. But I learned from this anti-corruption bit that sometimes it is a coercive power that gets people to be disciplined. People do not do what you expect. They do what you expect and punish. And so we can say all the things that we want to say, from the 10 Commandments to all that is in the Quran. People will hear us. But if there are no sanctions, if there's nothing. But we learned also that there were people, a group of people, may he rest in peace, Haji, the former chair of the Ghana GII, found out that when we were doing the service, there were people who said no to corruption, just like you asked. And was there any punishment? They said, yes. We were punished, we lost our jobs because we stood for what we believed. So there was that small minority who would believe in their faith, in their whatever, and be punished for it. So we had hope that if we keep even promoting those who lived according to their own tenets and ethics, that number may increase, and hopefully it will be something that we can celebrate.
So the coercive powers of the state, and it's the compass is heading towards you now, Mrs. Obuobisa. But you hold on your your thoughts yet, as I bring in Mr. Kwesi Ebiesi, former board chair of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. So the vision was private sector, state actors, non-state actors, come work together and let's see how we fight corruption. And a lot of people think that there's an unholy alliance between business and politics, and that it is actually business and politics that we must call out for what it is, because a lot of the corruption issues around procurement, taxation, licensing, and all of these things, it's the relationship that exists, that is driven, that continues to exist between the business and the politics that, allows the rot and the canker to continue to eat. What is your position on this matter, and how do we resolve this unholy alliance?
Hello. Well, let me first thank the organizers for inviting me. I actually belong to an endangered species. Those technocrats who are used by society and thrown away because they think they are of no more use. Indeed, when the GACC was formed, I was the Director General of Private Enterprise Foundation. At the same time, I was the chairman of CDD. So I was in a unique position. And I went in representing the private sector. Indeed, the first major activity of GACC, I suggested that the act of corruption involved a corruptor and a corruptee. And in most cases, the corruptor is a private sector. You can imagine what happened the next day. It's a morning's group, the media. The next day, all the dailies had on its front page, BAC admits private sector is corrupt. What that did, even though it did some damage, was to let the private sector come into the picture. And with that, we agreed that it should be a joint effort between the private sector and the public sector. Because if one is a corruptor and one is a corruptee, then unless you put them together, the solution is not likely to last. So having agreed on the fact that the private sector had a role, as you rightly said, businesses go around certain blocks by doing what they think is right. Some people call it facilitation. Others might take you to lunch. I recall a very senior businessman saying that his company never pays bribe. But he was the biggest importer. And you know what happens at the port. You either have to grease certain people's hands or do things like taking them to lunch and so on. So he was asked whether they've had any opportunity to facilitate the clearing of their goods. And of course, the answer was yes, of course, we do facilitate. The question is that, what is facilitation? If you take somebody to lunch, you might not think it is bribery, but elsewhere, it is part of bribery. So that is why we had agreement that we have to get involved. And by getting involved in that way, we were able to sort of educate some of the businesses to come aboard.
No, but so, I mean, if you look at the situation then and now, it looks like things have even worsened with regards to this relationship and the demands, because every day you interact with business people and they're complaining about the demands being made for commissions and inflation of contracts. I mean, where do we go next? If you compare the situation then and now, are we in a worse situation today with regards to this relationship and how it continues to fuel corruption and dissipate public funds?
The question of whether it has worsened or not is quite debatable. I believe it is more visible now because there are a lot more businesses. At the same time, we talk more about the corruptive events than before. In fact, before the GACC was formed, you could hardly get anybody to talk about corruption in the private sector. But now, we talk openly about corruption in the private sector, corruption in the public sector, and every day, with the proliferation of what they call this media, type of media, social media, it's become more visible, and people have become more vocal about corruption. This is why I believe it appears that it is worse than before. But before, we were only talking about grand corruption and less about petty corruption. But now, every type of corruption is on the table, and therefore it appears that it's worse. Granted, it has increased a little bit, but I don't think that the level in those days and now are too different.
So when we come back to you in the second round, I would want to find out what you think about the saying that corruption is a survival thing for businesses, that if they don't play ball, their businesses will be at risk. What do you think about that saying when we come back? But Jemima, Dr. Jemima, I beg your pardon. So Mr. Abiesi is telling us that perhaps it's because we are talking more about it. Perhaps it's because we are being more vocal about it. Perhaps because we now have a proliferation of media and social media, so if something happens, everybody is speaking about it. But therein lies the irony, that the more we are talking about something, the more entrenched it is. What is it about the ethics and political leadership from the academic point of view that you think that the more we talk about something, the more we still do it anyway and see it? If you can, try to clear my state of confusion.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. And again, thank you to the organizers for inviting us here to talk about this very, very pertinent topic. I'd like to say, from my point of view, and where I'm coming from in academia and teaching young, impressionable minds about ethics and corruption and bribery, a lot is to do with mindsets and how we view corruption. I mean, when I first came and I started teaching this, there's things that we would consider corrupt now, that when I spoke to my students and asked, if you go to a public institution and they ask you for something to grease the wheels, is that okay? And many would be like, oh, madam, it is what it is, it's a right of, that's what you're supposed to do. And I think we're talking about it more, but it's not just about talking about it. It's changing people's mindsets to realize what is the right course, what is appropriate, what is the right thing to do and what is not. There's many things we took for granted that in times past weren't seen as that much of a big deal. Before, if a law enforcer asked you for water, quote unquote, or he's not had coffee all day, it might not have been seen with the raised eyebrows that presently it is. So when you're saying we're talking about it more and it seems to become more entrenched, I would slightly disagree. What I would say is we're talking about it more. Remember, corruption does not thrive in light. Yeah? Light is being exposed is a disinfectant. Yeah? So when things get exposed, it may seem like they're more rampant, but actually what you're doing is cutting it from the root. When I speak to my students and looking at the work I do, some of the research, one of the main things that they talk about when it comes to issues of corruption, issues of ethics and the rest, is that they actually feel that they're afraid of the consequences of even reporting. So if I give an example, and this is a very, very minor example of, okay, you're in an examination environment, you see your colleague cheating, yes? That's also corruption. Yes. If you see your colleague cheating, what do? Oh, madam, it's none of my business, so I continue. It's not my exam, so it's okay. But some will also say that, even if I report it, I'm afraid that even the invigilator that I'm reporting it to, first of all, will not act, and secondly, will call me out for even reporting. So I think some of the issues with dealing with corruption are not just about exposing it, it's the aftermath. What happens when you expose issues? We have laws and legislation. We have the Whistleblowers Act and certain other acts, the Witness Protection Act. But it's not just about having the acts or having the legislation. What happens practically? Do people feel that they can actually come under the Whistleblowers Act, be protected if they blow the whistle on, let's say, some grand corruption? Are the institutions robust enough to not only encourage people to do so, but to actually protect them all the way through the process? And I think we need to look at those things and critically interrogate them to see how far we've come in the corruption journey. I'll end here.
Right. So just before I come to Mrs. Obuobisa, so do you think it's a cultural thing, this behavior that we have in wanting to protect wrong, even if we would, face the consequences of that wrong ourselves? And I mean, as a thought leader, what must be done then to begin shaping the hearts and minds of young people about these ethical issues? Because obviously, our collective ethical standards are eroding, won't you say?
Well, my students ask me this a lot. And I always explain from the beginning of, morality, what is right and what is wrong, is determined by a lot of things, yeah, including our religion, our background in terms of how we were brought up, our culture, yeah, and how we are generally shaped to see right and wrong. Do I think our ethics is eroding? No, I think it's changing, yeah. I don't think it's eroding, but I think it's evolving in a way. It's changing. It's not the same as before. But I think at that same point, we need to be on guard, Now we're becoming more pluralistic as a society, yeah. Many different types of people, different understanding and accepting different ways of thinking and all. But in that, we must have what I call a kind of basic framework, yeah, of understanding that there's limitations, there's rights and there's wrongs, or there's modes of behaving or standards of behavior. I can't come up to you, Shamima, and just slap you and say, well, I just didn't like the way you look, and that's my right to slap you. Because, there's limitations, there's boundaries of behavior. And I think collectively we need to discuss these. As a nation, we need to come to grips and understand that actually, these types of behavior are unacceptable to us. These are our standards. It shouldn't be imposed. It shouldn't be a conversation that is contrived or forced, but we need to understand that, this is our society, these are our values, and these are how we are going to shape them together.
And I think that the legal framework is one of the key interventions that has the potential to regulate behavior more decisively. And as we have heard from the other panel members so far, if the law is not catching wrong and prosecuting wrong and making wrong costly, then wrong will continue to perpetuate. So, I mean, from your perspective, coming from the Office of the Attorney General, what is the legal framework with which we're using to fight corruption? Would you say it's more reactive than proactive? And what do we need, really? A proactive legislative regime or a reactive one if we were to deal decisively with corruption?
All right, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and to join this all-important discussion. So from where I sit, I mean, as in the prosecutions division, of course, we are the tail end of this fight against corruption. The very act of corruption and its sanction or the punishment will come only when the act has been committed. So somebody does something wrong, and then the person will be punished. The Criminal Offences Act criminalizes actions. And so for every crime, there must definitely be an action. So thoughts and things that have not yet happened, so cannot be prosecuted or punished. So it is reactive. I mean, we will only punish when the wrong has been committed. But I think that the knowledge that when I do something wrong, I will be punished is what sort of scares people or will not let people then commit the offense. And I mean, for as long as I can remember, the Offences Act sets out what is wrong. The Criminal Offences Act has defined corruption, and not only corruption, every other wrong. So when we talk of corruption, it is not only what the act defines as corruption, but every other act that is wrong. And I think that it goes as far back. I mean, for every country, and for those of us from the common law countries, we borrow all the offenses that we know of come directly from the Bible. I mean, so what is wrong? I think that it goes back into ethics and then goes back into religion. And so we have set for ourselves what we think is wrong. And it varies from society to society. So for instance, in some countries, possession of narcotics is okay. But in Ghana, it is an offense. So the offense is created by the society. What does the society think is wrong? And then we ourselves legislate. And we say that this is wrong. And then when we say that this is wrong, are we willing then to go forward and to report? Are we willing to investigate till the end? And then are we willing to provide evidence in court?
Who?
The society. Because for those of us who sit in the AG's office, let's say somebody pays a bribe in Mamprobi. We are in Accra. So in a school, a basic school in Mamprobi, somebody is going to look for, results are out. They go, the headmaster says, I will not show it to you. You have to pay something. We will never know this till somebody reports. And that person must be the parent. And the parent must be willing to go forward to the police and to report. But then there must also be confidence that, well, if I go report this headmaster, the headmaster will be prosecuted. And my child will not be victimized. My child will still go to SS. Other things will come into play. Is this person confident enough to walk to the police station and make a report? Will the police investigate till the end, invite the headmaster and all that? And so a lot of other things will come into play. The level of education, the kind of confidence this person has to just walk to the police station, make this very basic reports. Will it be investigated? Will a docket be sent to the Attorney General so that the Attorney General can look at it and say, yes, this must be prosecuted.
So, I mean, obviously, within that realm of petty crime or corruption, you would say that a lot of public education and sensitization is needed to build the confidence of citizenry to want to take up these things. But in the sphere of grand corruption, the challenge with, say, the Attorney General's office is that even when cases do get reported and, prosecution even starts, we'll probably see no end to that, prosecution, or that people might be left off, the hook. And that's where the fear that there is influence at that level that mitigates against this, fight comes from.
That's very interesting. And let me say that I think that, when it comes to grand corruption, there are far more cases being prosecuted now than we've ever had. I have been in the AG's office for about 26 years, and I think that we are doing a lot more cases when it comes to public officers being prosecuted than we had in the past. And so when we say, corruption is thriving, I think that I like what the other panelists have said. Yes, it is thriving, but a lot more is being done. Now, when it comes to grand corruption and the fact that the cases seem to take forever, then it is not just the Office of the Attorney General, the judicial system, the way adversarial system. How do we prosecute our cases? The accused person is innocent till we prove the guilt of the accused person beyond reasonable doubt. This is not like the civil law jurisdiction where you are finding out the truth. This person has done this. Now the magistrate sits to find out the truth. For us, the person is innocent. You have brought him to court. And you must prove beyond reasonable doubt that this person has siphoned millions of dollars, which could have been used for the development of the whole country, and has pocketed the money, has put up houses. So many things come into play. But from where I sit, I also think that when we are prosecuting cases that have to do with public officers, politicians, these take longer than that of the ordinary citizens. And it takes longer because these people can hire the best lawyers. And these lawyers will come with all sorts of, they know what to do. I was supposed to be in court yesterday for a case where a multi-million-dollar case. The person comes, his lawyer comes, and it is the day we have the case that the lawyer comes and says that. And I think the last time we went to court was about 6 weeks ago. Then on the day of hearing, the lawyer comes to court and says that he has brought a motion, ensures it is served on the AG very late on the day you are supposed to be in court. The court does not even have a copy and says, I want further and better particulars. And has filed the motion for the 22nd of December. And so the case will drag, whether we like it. You get furious, you want a better system. But if we want a better system, I think we all have to sit down and see how we can shorten the turnaround time of prosecutions.
And when we come back, I would like you to address the perception that most of these high-profile cases are cases of political persecution, and that we will hardly see high-profile cases of members of an incumbent government persecuting their own members. When we come back, Prof. So obviously, one of the legs with which we can efficiently or effectively fight corruption is the justice system and how it works towards uprooting impunity. What else could you say if we were to reset this whole advocacy? What else would you say needs to be done if we are to build a strong structure to fight corruption effectively?
First of all, let me say how gratified it feels to hear that the Attorney General's office is doing far more prosecutions today than we've done. That is great news because as I was listening to the various contributions on this panel, the question I kept asking myself is, how come, say, on the FIFA football bribery scandal, there have been prosecutions elsewhere on the continent, but the Ghana one has hardly started. How come on the Airbus scandal, there have been prosecutions and dismissals, consequential actions in other parts of the globe where public officials were involved, but the Ghana one nothing has happened. There are many. I mean, for those of us who follow these things, there's a litany of international public bribery scandals where Ghana stands out as the only place where prosecution drags, where no consequential action is taken, and the people get recycled over and over again. So I was beginning to think, and I think the speaker immediately before me has put it right. A national conversation should be had about this issue. What do we as a country want to do so that we shorten prosecutions of politically exposed people? Because we are not getting enough of that done. And I think if you imagine what impunity looks like, that's exactly what it is. And I think I agree totally with the suggestion that we have to have a national conversation about this and arrive at some practical solution to this, because I think that is one area where Ghana has really fallen behind. On the other hand, I also look with some hope to the Office of Special Prosecutor. It may have been sidelined a bit, but I think it can return on track. I think that is a good law. The legislation backing it is very strong, and we can make something of it, and I hope it does make something of itself.
So if you take a look at the legal regime, in terms of regulations and laws, would you say that we do have adequate laws and regulation, good laws, that if we were to enforce, we'll be able to at least tame the monster of corruption, if not eradicate it completely?
So 20 years ago, if you asked me this question, I would say we didn't have enough laws and institutions. 20 years later, with Right to Information Act, with whistleblower protection, with witness protection, with the public financial management regulations and all in place, I believe we are getting to a point of saturation of laws and regulations for dealing with these things. So now we have enough laws. Let's hope that from today going, we will see more positive outcomes from having these laws and institutions in place.
Right. So what needs to be done, Reverend? Because having the laws is one thing. Obviously, if we don't enforce them and see them through, impunity will thrive. What do you think coalitions like GACC needs to be done looking into the future, into the next 20 years? What needs to be done if we are to root out corruption?
Thank you for the question. I would say it goes beyond GACC, and if I may expand the question a little bit, my confessed ignorance earned me a visit by the State Department of the USA with International Visitors Fraternity to study anti-corruption. And I'll just share one or two examples. So we got to Philadelphia. I had a friend in Philadelphia. I went to visit the friend. What are you here for? Anti-corruption. He said, what? Welcome to Philadelphia, one of the most corrupt cities in the world. I could not believe that a citizen of Philadelphia was telling me that. The following day, we went to City Hall. We were met by the mayor. So we are the anti-corruption coalition people, yes. Welcome to Philadelphia, one of the most corrupt cities in the world. So I stood there and said, am I in the wrong place? I said, because we are one of the most corrupt ones, we have some of the robust laws. you can only get away with it when you fall through the cracks. So, cut a long story short, this is public service, City Hall. First, conversation about what is right. If you choose to work in this office, this is SOP, standard procedure. If you apply for permit, 5 days. This and this and this is what you must do. If somebody goes wrong, these are the penalties. If you do this, so it's written everywhere. You're the one applying. The judge, the everything. They took us everywhere. It was there. SOP. One story. So, and then in the midst of all of this, they have investigators who masquerade as workers. Just listening, peeping, lunchtime. So one story. They're sitting down there, and somebody can say, I don't understand this Al-Kashia. The other day, I go and pay money, and I've paid it twice. She's not doing anything. And she's saying, you go, come for the receipt after work. The guy said, as soon as he heard it, something tipped off. Something is going on. He said, the longest time they have, the most difficult time they have is trying to craft and generate for themselves what could possibly be happening in the cashier's office and to get the necessary permit to test their suspicion. So what did they suspect? She might be pilfering money. So what do? Her office is a public space. So CCTV camera, no problem. Then you get other permits to put camera in a safe and link that camera to the mayor's office, fire department, about 5 places. Long story, but you get what I'm saying. So now you start watching this lady. She's doing exactly what the people say she's doing. You cross-check those. It takes 2 people to open the safe. So you can, I'll just leave some of those. What they saw her doing was that when she's putting the money in the safe, whatever she feels like taking out, she takes it out. Because the next day, it is someone else who collects the money to pay into the bank. So they go back. Was there a shortage? Oh, yeah, $20, $50, $100. Out of 10,000, 15,000. It's no big deal. They are watching this being recorded. Eventually, said their job is not to blow the whistle that she's stealing. Their task is to wait till she has stolen enough money to constitute grand larceny. You see, it is at that point that it is worth persecuting you. So they call this lady, you've been doing this, that. Said, no, I'm not doing it. He said, we have the evidence. So what evidence? So it's here. He said, oh, but I'm a single woman, I'm this and this. Why didn't you tell me this? He said, go and tell the mayor. Go and tell the fire department. Go and tell this and that. All the operations were even done midnight. They had to even get permit for the locksmith to break the safe that she puts everything in for cameras to be in. Moral of the story. Corruption is expensive. Corruption is slow. Corruption, the one investigating the corruption must also be investigated. It's a network of so many people. But the beginning point is the standard practice. What are the basic rules that everybody must comply with? So it is not a choice. If you choose to work in the public service, this is it. If you choose to work in an office, this is it. If you fall foul of the law. So what are the consequences? That lady, grand larceny, goes to prison. She forfeits her social security. She forfeits her pension. You tell me, go and steal $2,000 and see whether it is worth it. Long story short, 3, 4, 5. We're from Africa. I said, this one, it will never happen in our countries. Why? We don't have the will to do those things. Do we have enough laws? We do. Are we willing to pay that price for it? Are we willing to just wait? It's 400 hours of watching a videotape. Sometimes picking her nose. 400 hours before finding that she has stolen enough for grand larceny. So it's a slow, tedious job. And if you see the enthusiasm with which this guy was reporting what they were doing to clean the city, you will see that people are committed to what they are doing.
Are you hopeful, therefore, that we we will be able
If
to...
I tell this story, you think we are getting there?
So we are not?
No. No, see...
So it's a hopeless situation?
No, it's not a hopeless one. We must see that it affects all of us. You haven't passed this school and you've gone to medical school, you buy your certificate. Why not going to kill me? I can tell you stories about roads and that people were caught 10 years after they constructed the road to dig and see that they use substandard pipes because there are pipes that are specified. So the road burst, the pipe burst in the road, they go and look at it. Say, who did this? So this man did it. 10 years ago, they called the contractor. Plea bargaining. Oh yeah, this inspector says he'll come and inspect the work. He didn't come. They go and look at his book. They find the engineer's report saying that this guy, he achieves the mileage, but there's no commensurate wear and tear in the car before it was brought for maintenance. What does it mean? Long story short, he was spinning the tires to get the mileage by not going for the inspection. And so, having collected a bribe from the contractor knows that the man will not come and inspect. Instead of using 2-inch pipe, uses 1-inch pipe. It's not foolish to make his money, but they've had the standard. So we will get there if we are willing to pay the price for it.
If we're willing to pay the price. So, I mean, I think Reverend is telling us that we don't even have the infrastructure to decisively deal with corruption. So coming back again to the private sector. The private sector, you've been wailing and crying that the cost of doing business is too high because of corruption. What would you... Did somebody say something? Right. So, I mean, thinking through, what would you suggest needs to be done to support the private sector and to ensure that members within the private sector do not continue to, flame the light of corruption?
I think in the private sector, there is a demonstration effect which is very powerful. If the private sector sees that something is too costly, it will definitely find a better way of doing things. So what we have to do is to make corruption costly, as the Deputy Attorney General said. Make corruption very costly. And how do we make corruption costly? It's by catching the big fishes. Because if you deal with petty thieves, nobody will be convinced that stealing is costly. Lee Kuan Yew has a video that is going around, so I'm sure some of you have seen it. And he says that if you want to eliminate corruption, you should set an example of punishment with your highest group of officials. Why should a minister work his way out and siphon millions of cedis and go scot-free because he can hire an expensive lawyer? Then we will not get any justice. Whereas a small farmer who steals a tuber of yam gets 3 years at the magistrate's court. So we should reform our justice system. I'm sure the Attorney General and Mrs. Oboibiza are working on that. But until at such a time that we are able to reform to make it costly. As for the private sector, he was his goods delivered on time. So whatever he does, call it facilitation, call it bribing, most of them will do it. I once had the opportunity to talk to the Contractors Association. And I advise the bigger contractors to show leadership. For instance, if you have a road being constructed between Kumasi and Accra, and it's a single lane, I am an engineer. I told them that it's a disgrace for an engineer to construct that road, which is single lane in this day and age. If I come and it's not a minimum of double lane with division, concrete division, I will not take it. You know what they told me? We are rather the people that they demand bigger bribe from. And if we don't pay, our workers will go home hungry. So what are you saying? If you are the bigger one with name cannot fight this, how do you expect the smaller contractors to be able to withstand the pressure to pay bribes? So the problem is ability and the will to fight. If we are not able to convince the private sector that it is important to fight this battle, they will get away with.
Because it's in their interest too,
Yes,
and it's good for their bottom line.
Exactly.
But is it really good for their bottom line? You know, because like the theories I was alluding to earlier on, is greasing the wheel good? Will it facilitate, you know, it may facilitate your work in the short term, but what about the long term? So what would be your advice? How do we resolve this matter between businesses and politics? Because really, the huge chunk of the corrupt activities are within that space, procurement and all of those things in between.
Thank you. In my previous submission, I talked about mindset change, and I think this is the root of it. When we talk about corruption, it seems to be something, it's about somebody else. It's not about me. It doesn't really affect me. That's somebody else's business. But it undermines everybody. It affects everyone. We say we are a developing country. We want to progress. We want to move forward. But this corruption undermines our entire development. In any way, shape, or form you try to slice it, it weakens our institutions. Institutions do not work when they're corrupt. It completely distorts the rule of law. Laws are not enforceable if there's corruption. In terms of our economic progression, basic services, public services, if there's corruption, they cannot survive. So it even affects if you're going to go to school, if you're going to the hospital. Even when we say we want to make Ghana attractive for foreign direct investment, if foreign investors don't want to come to countries that are notoriously high in corruption. So once we see that every aspect of our lives, whether you're in the private sector, you're in the public sector, you're part of a CSO, whether you're a government official, this phenomenon undermines everybody's achievements collectively. And then once we get that consciousness and we understand, no, we need to work together and do something about it and make the stakes so high that it doesn't undermine all of us. And remember as well, it's not an even effect. It undermines everybody, but the people who suffer or bear the worst brunt are the most vulnerable in society. The people who are poorest, the people that really need these basic goods and services. So really, as a society that wants to be progressive, corruption is not something we should tolerate lightly, and we should fight really hard against.
Thank you very much. And I'm coming back to you, Mrs. Obobisa. What commitments do you reckon the Office of the Attorney General, might make to ensure a more aware citizenry, even of the legal process, and an education? I mean, how proactively can you even participate in such an intervention that leads to educating the citizenry to be aware of the legal process, existing, laws that they can find redress or report? So at least you know that in terms of knowledge, there is enough information and knowledge out there. Also in terms of data, you've just said here that you are prosecuting many more cases than previously. What is the data? Do you share some of these data? Can you even disaggregate such data so we know of all cases that prosecution started, which ones were successfully seen through? How many convictions do we have? What was the nature of the punishment? So we really understand and know from an informed, position that this is how the justice system works.
All right, thank you very much. So the task of educating Ghanaians about how the judicial system works or how prosecutions are done will still go beyond the mandate of the Attorney General. But I think that, for instance, if you go to the website of the Attorney General, you would find what is the mandate of the Attorney General and what we do. And what we do is to prosecute cases. We have various divisions, so it's not only the prosecutions bit. I think the civil division also does agreements, government agreements, and they also must be aware of corruption and how to ensure that the agreements, together with the other MMDAs, are done in the right way. A way in which we can help the populace perhaps will be to put, like you said, more data out on our website, do our collation better. We've had some donor support in that wise from other players who have come in to help us, and also from Government of Ghana. We are in the process of digitizing our whole system so that from all over the country, we have this digital system that will help us to get statistics better all over the country on what we are doing. We would also then have to be linked with all the law enforcement agencies. So have this sort of link between us, the police, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the judiciary, right even up to the prisons. And then if we are all linked, it provides a higher level of accountability. We'll be able to see where the delays and the clocks are coming from. So if, for instance, some case is reported and the case has to do with a politician, or the case has to do with a high-level public officer, the case has been reported to the police, but it is taking forever, then we can be able to contact the police and find out, why is this taking so long? Here in Ghana, the police or law enforcement work under a different ministry, which is the Ministry of Interior, whilst we work, the Office of the Attorney General is under the Ministry of Justice. In other jurisdictions, it's the same ministry. And so you have all of them working together. You have the district attorney or the Crown prosecution, the attorneys working together with the police. And so right from inception, they control things. We don't get to see anything till the case is concluded. Sometimes it takes 3 years, 4 years, until they bring it to your doorstep. You don't even know what is going on because we work under different ministries. So perhaps if we all come together on a system that enables us to see what is going on, but perhaps with different levels of access. Of course, the Office of the Attorney General will not see everything that is going on within the plea service, but when cases are reported, we would have some window of access so we are able to monitor and tell, especially with high-profile cases, which everybody is interested in, and how these ones delay. So we are prosecuting cases now, but the cases we are prosecuting in 2020, 2018 up till now are for the high-profile cases. They are not offenses that were committed now. They are offenses that were committed long ago and took so long to prosecute. Another thing is the assets. We are interested in what you can't hide money. People steal money so they can build houses, get luxury vehicles, go on vacations, do things with their money. Now, are we able to trace the money? If we convict people, and we've convicted people, they go to prison and they come back, their monies are there. Is it enough punishment? But if
why are we not able to retrieve proceeds of crime?
Yes, we will be able to do so if we lead that evidence in court. Then the judge will make the necessary confiscation orders. But you cannot do it in a vacuum. You need to be able to say that for this particular offense, which took place in this year, this person got these assets, and the person got these assets from this kind of offense. And so then you look at DVLA, you look at the Lands Commission, you look at the ways in which even the banks, the way in which this person took a loan, maybe, and in taking a loan, he must have given a lot of information. Are we going for all that? Have we linked everything together so that for this particular case I'm doing, and for this accused person, I'm able to put all the assets together? If we get there, then I think that it helps us. For the cases where we have this information, we present it in court.
So, for your office, is it a commitment challenge? Because often we would accuse ruling governments of not being committed to the fight against corruption. Is it a commitment case, or is it a resource constraint matter, or both?
I won't say it is a lack of commitment, because once the dockets are brought to us, so we will deal with the cases that have been brought to us. For instance, Prof talked about the GFA saga. Right. Now, when this happened, so it was a sting operation. It was not something that the police did themselves. This was an individual, Anas Aremia Anas, who uncovered this thing. So it took a private person's investigative ability to uncover this. Then an essential witness dies. Is it linked to what was done? So somebody we could have used. This was a potential prosecution witness, and it threw a big clog in the system. Once the case, as soon as the case was reported, not too long afterwards, this person died. And of course, it then delayed everything. We are in court now. Sometimes we also don't have much publicity. We don't have PROs who will be able to report on our cases. So there's a disconnect between what is going on and what is actually reported. And attorneys and judges would normally not talk about what is. We are not allowed to do so. So for instance, I can't go on you can't invite me on a radio program and ask me what you are doing. But a lot is going on. Right. If we had, let's say, very good PROs who could talk about these things, maybe there'll be a lot more information out.
Right. So thank you very much. What I would do is to come to the audience now and take some contributions, and then we'll come back and wrap up with our panel members on the way forward, focusing really on 3 key ideas that you think would help the coalition work together more effectively, drawing on lessons of how coalitions work well into the future and what might be priority areas for attention and collaboration. So I'll take your inputs now. I'll try to take at least 5 or so inputs. And if you're ready, if we have a mic for the audience, I see Kojo's hand up. Also, for the contributions, let's try to focus more on solutions rather than further diagnosis, unless, of course, you have a very interesting perspective that hasn't been covered. So Kojo first, then the gentleman who's at the back, and then I saw another hand, the Deputy Attorney General also wants to make a, and then EOCO. Very important with regards to especially the proceeds of crime. What's the role of EOCO in supporting AG retrieve stolen wealth? Yes,
Thank
Kojo,
you.
please.
Thank you very much. So I think just two
Kindly
things.
introduce yourself so we know.
My
who's
name is
speaking.
Kojo Asante. I work for CVV Ghana. I think the first comment is really, and is regarding the partnership, GACC partnership with private sector and the state. Is really trying to have a better appreciation of the investigative process, because you, after doing this for a while, you get to a point where you feel like cases go and die at attorney generals or Yoko or whatever. So in terms of the exposure, and that's across, you get a lot of, even when it involves the investigative agencies themselves. But the process of investigating and concluding cases just can just stay, forever in, not even the ones that are being processed, just the investigative process. So I think one of the issues that GACC needs to confront is the partners having a better appreciation of how we work and having a better understanding, because it helps us to understand what the bottlenecks and the challenges are. And then secondly, work that we've been doing with media through Corruption Watch has exposed, one big issue around culture and corruption. So almost every case we have handled on Corruption Watch, which we started 2018, involves conflict of interest and some nepotism. But this is one area where people just, the whole concept is it's a difficult one, because it clashes with our certain values that we hold as Ghanaians. That if you are in a position of authority or some place, you have to share, you have to be generous to your family members. You have to bring something home. And this is very strong, that if you're not even doing this, you are a wicked person. You are somebody that, really wants to destroy your family. And these are strong emotive issues that, destroys families, break up families. So on the side of education and engagement, this is about setting standards. This is really a conversation that you have to have, because almost the root of every corruption case that, as I said, we have dealt with, it starts with a conflict of interest situation, which is not managed.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes. That's Mr. Sapati. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Brian Sapati. My contribution will be that the GACC should expand the partnership, and it should include Parliament and the judiciary. The judiciary. Parliament, they play an oversight role. Parliament approves the budget. So all things on procurement and all, they will come back to Parliament. So Parliament should be part of the GACC, the judiciary. The judges, you don't see them, but they have a crucial role. I worked in an organization where we realized that, if we don't get the judiciary, the judges, then we will not get to the final, result. So That will be my contribution. The other issue is on the media. The media should make it an interest to follow cases to the end. Because when they are reporting on a case and they don't follow up, then the case dies. Nobody knows what is going on. So I would suggest, that the media should show interest till the end of the case. Then if people who are within the chain, if they know that the media is exposing, the issues, if they sleep, they'll be exposed, some action will be taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So far we've heard about the conflict of interest situation, nepotism, the whole culture, and how it affects our drive to fight corruption. Mr. Sapati is also saying we should expand the coalition to include parliament and the judiciary, so they're on the table. I think one of the lessons I would want to also find out is when a partner institution becomes an institution on which a focus is on. For example, the Auditor General's case, for example. I know that the Auditor General is a member of the coalition, is it, if I'm mistaken? So when you have a situation like that, how do you manage the interest? Right, so we'll take from the Deputy Attorney General now.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, looking at the case at the AG's office and the delays, I think DPP has made it clear that we try to prosecute, but the accused persons also have the right to engage lawyers of their choice. And in Ghana, if you are, in a way, a solid person, I say solid, if you have the resources to engage lawyers, you can succeed in delaying trial for 5 to 6 years, even up to 8 years. And we stand, we are not able to stop it simply because an accused person may want to take an objection at the High Court. He may be overruled. He goes to a court of appeal, he will lose. Go to the Supreme Court, he will lose, and even go for a review on one matter alone. You come back, he raises another issue. So unless we look at our laws once again and see, fine, if you want to go on interlocutory appeals, there should be a cutoff point. For example, if you raise an issue at the High Court and you overruled, maybe the highest point should be the Court of Appeal. So in that case, you don't go to the Supreme Court and so go for a review. So it's one of the cases. When it also comes to advice at the AG's office, as the DP said, I am currently the political head of the prosecution division, but she'll confirm that over 99% of the advice that comes from our division, I don't even look at them. But they are working there as public servants, some pure civil servants. We don't interfere. They will use the laws that we have, then offer advice. They will go to court. Hardly will you even find us even, DP will confirm that one. So interference, I can assure you, is zero. Now let's also look at
zero.
Zero. Yes, it's zero.
No political influence at all.
I came into that office over 5-6 months ago. I've been private for the last 20 years. Sitting out, you may be thinking that someone is even pushing, but if you get in there, you realize that they are working as pure professionals. If you offer advice, and my advice is not something that they think, these people can say, Honorable, this advice is not something that we can push. Right. You stand there. Now, Ghana, there's this kind of gift.
Culture.
That's against pushing it. So someone gives me, oh, Honorable, this I'm giving you 50 Ghana, 500 Ghana as gift. Because we think gift is allowed. Maybe he's even trying to bribe me. I take it, I told this one is gift. But we have laws on gifts. And if GRA were to have all the resources, definitely, if they see me in town, driving that kind of vehicle, if they see that I own this kind of plush building, they should have the right to write to me to furnish them with my tax returns, because they know my salary. As a public servant, as a politician, before coming to office because of asset declaration, I've declared my answer just like my other colleagues. So I think they can also look at that. In that case, even if you steal through corruption, you cannot utilize the money unless you go and dig some holes in your house or some big trench and they put the money in. Then the banks, I know that FIC is working. If the banks were to also help, they are doing it. The moment you see an unusual transfer or deposit to an account, you should flag it. FIC, they have the mandate, and they'll be able to trace it. If you don't activate these things, people get money through corruption and then be using. That's when in some of the advanced world, you can make the money, but you cannot use the money. Because of that, people are not willing to make the money through the bad or the bad. Then, when it comes to the perception of corruption, unfortunately, the ordinary Ghanaian thinks that it's only the politician who is corrupt. That is the truth. The ordinary Ghanaian. When you talk about, oh, it's a politician, because you see a politician driving in a VA vehicle, that person, someone who can easily steal, is stolen. But politicians don't spend more than 4 years, 8 years, 12 years maximum. They go, but there are some people who have been on for the last 30 years.
They are the real McCoy.
That is it. We are not looking at that. We are missing the ball. And now the attention is now on the politician. And we need to also have that kind of education. Because politician, as I said, maybe 8 years, 12 years, maximum, maybe 16 years, even 20 years. How many? Since 22, the maximum has been 8 years. We need to also look at that. Then lastly, state institutions are advised that, especially the investigative bodies, they must make use of agents provocateurs, as lawyers who put it. Maybe it's not a nice way of doing it, but there are people who are in the system who will be dealing with you, and there are very people who may trace you, get the evidence, and get you prosecuted. If you make use of agents provocateurs, definitely we can get evidence to prosecute case of corruption. Otherwise, we can talk without evidence, and then we will not be going anywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think that's where the ANAS principle comes in. How much do we deploy the ANAS principle when eventually there will be a backlash against the method? So, EOCO, madam. Yes, then I'll take. Please tell us your name again.
Thank you. I'm Abba Jacqueline Opoku with the Economic and Organized Crime Office. It's been very insightful listening to the panel this morning and this afternoon. But a small contribution I would like to give from what we are saying means that we continue to need a lot of education. We need a lot of education so that our mindset can be reoriented, reset, for us to focus on what we want our country to be. Because no one's going to change it for us. We are Ghanaians before we belong to any institution, establishment, or profession. So as law enforcement, if we determine that we need to do some work, something has been reported to us or our intelligence has derived some information which we need to process and work on. Some stages of our work indicate that somebody's input is another person or another institution's output. If I carry out a shoddy job and send a docket which is not a tenable docket to the Office of the Attorney General, I'm doing not just myself a disservice, but the entire nation, because people are going to walk away. Attorney General will refer it to DPP, who will process it and say, oh, Abba, this is lousy work. You need to have asked these questions and provided this information. And if you're investigating these persons or this institution, and you have access to FIC, you know that from FIC, these were the suspicious transactions reported, and out of that, you realize that at this point in time, these assets were procured, but it's been registered in the name of the person's 5-year-old daughter. And you don't bother to flag all these various items, which you can find. How then, at the end of the case, are we going to deny those criminals or the proceeds of the crime? So we need to focus. We need to play our parts. We need to share information.
So from your perspective, from your office, what continues to be the mitigating factors against tracing ill-gotten wealth?
Well, just looking at it, we refuse to learn and develop and do the right things as within institutions. And so we are not even collecting our data in a format within which it can be shared, it can be actionable, it can be applied across board. We look at the 9/11 situation in the US, where various institutions had different pockets of information, but they were functioning as silos, didn't share that information. And the consequence was that there was a terrible impact. We are doing that now here in Ghana. If we got together and had an opportunity to share our thoughts, as we have the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition with various players and actors, and even thank you to Mr. Sapati for proposing that other players should be added to the platform, we will find that then we can see where the gaps are and where there are likely gaps to be. So we work together, and then we engage NCCE to support us in that dissemination. NCCE is wonderful. They've done so many things, and we've, as institutions, have worked with them. So I think that if we do that together, we will get to the place we want to be.
So let me take that one, and then I'll wrap up with you, because obviously there's a lot of public education comments coming in. I'm sure you definitely have something to say to that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam. I'm Hope Nyadi, also from Economic and Organized Crime Office. I would like to look at it from the long-term solution. I've not been to Korea yet, but I'm told in Korea, at the nursery level, when they come to class stand, I shall not steal, I shall not lie, I should not take anybody's property. I'm told this is the rhyme they sing. But in our part of the world, we will say, when I grow old, I shall be a teacher I shall be a policeman, I shall be the engineer. When you enter the mindset of the child saying that, you know that he's looking at the larger part of life. So he grows with that situation. So what do? Can we all decide so we catch them young, so that we also said, when I grow old, I shall not steal. Or when I'm working in the public sector, I must love my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's an important point to make. The conscientization of our young people and catching them young. Right, Josephine. Public education, where do we even start from?
Thank you very much, and thank you to the panelists for the insightful discussions going on. Well, public education must be an ongoing affair. And so, of course, we have the systems in place. We have the institutions that are meant to be working. But we've touched on very critical things or aspects of why this is not working. And for those of us who go on the field, including some CSOs here, I think we ought to realize that the average Ghanaian knows right from wrong. The average Ghanaian has a conscience. But in spite of the conscience, the average Ghanaian also understands that I can get away with doing wrong because nobody is going to come at me. Nobody is going to prosecute the wrongdoing. The average Ghanaian understands that there may be certain systems that work, or there may be certain systems that I can access. But when I do access those systems, they don't work. And when you go on the field, the feedback often is that, why should I bother to go and report crime or go and do something that is right? Because at the end of the day, people are doing it and are getting away with it. They're not getting caught. I go to the police station and this is what I'm told. I don't see that cases are being prosecuted in my favor. I hear big cases, big crime, and nothing is done about it. So I think that going forward, I know there is a case tracking system that has been instituted by the judiciary for crime. I think it's related to petty crime. But if we can expand the case tracking system to corruption, cases that deal with corruption, then it allows people access, or there's more transparency about what is actually being done. Truth of the matter is, and I think the Deputy Attorney General said it, the wheels of justice do grind slowly. So we must be patient enough to understand that, yes, work is being done. It may take a while, but eventually it will be done. What Reverend Degbe said, it took them a long time to come up with a strong enough case against the lady. But people persisted. It was sustained activity, and eventually they were able to succeed. Do we have that staying power? So for me, from the field, I would say the transparency that should accompany what is being done is critical to help change the mindset. Because media will jump onto the next big story each time. And so you will not have media following through years, 8 years of a story. Maybe the journalist has gone on to another big show. And so he or she would not be able to follow up. So yes, media has a role to play, but if you have that level of, that system that allows people to see what is going on, if you are interested in it, then we are able to sustain the engagement, the understanding, and build confidence in the citizenry that, yes, it may be slow, but we are getting there. Now, the average Ghanaian thinks that the systems don't work, so I will not bother. So we've done a lot of education on the Whistleblowing Act. We've done a lot of education on the roles of all the financial institutions, IOCO, FIC, name it. But the rhetoric now is proceeding.
And that's dangerous, isn't it?
And that is dangerous. So for us to build, we need to build confidence in the system. And one of the things that we must do really is to provide that transparency, that openness that lets people know that there is something being done. And the synergy that Mrs. Obuobisa spoke about is very critical to this. How are we all working together? So I will strongly advocate for a case tracking system on issues of corruption that allow us to follow this. And the second thing I'd like to touch on is the persons who bribe. So we are talking often of the public servant who receives, but not enough spotlight is on those who actually provide the funding to the public servant or the politician. And I think it's about time we threw some spotlight on these personalities as well, so that you are not only deterring the public servant who is on the receiving end or who may be asking, but also the person who is doing the giving. I think that is a very important step, and it will also help sanitize the space somewhat. So the person who is giving knows that, well, even though I'm the one who's giving, I may also be in trouble. I may that fear must be in that individual or that corporate institution as well. But there's too much emphasis on the person who receives. And so for the one who is given, he's also sitting there, or she's sitting there and thinking, well, the next person that fills that role, I will go back at them. And it is so, it's like a wave coming at public servants. There's not everybody has that high sense of, that level of, I don't know what word to use. After a while, the person just gives in. Not everybody has that. And so that person in private sector knows that it's just a matter of time somebody is going to give in. Because at the end of the day, you know how much the public servant earns. So you come at him, today is lunch, right. Tomorrow is a ticket, tomorrow is the person's school fees, and you gradually break down the walls. So we need to turn the spotlight also, right, and begin to, aggressively, seek out those who also give.
So, it's obvious the system seems rigged against persons who want to do the right thing. You, the person who wants to do the right thing, rather becomes the problem in the ecosystem of things. Quick one, how many of us speak French? French? None. 1, 2. So 3. So in this room of very many people, only about 3 or 4 people speak French. You know why I asked? Burkina Faso to the north, Togo to the east, Côte d'Ivoire to the west. and then Atlantic Ocean to the south, which means really we have no option. Doing nothing is not an option. This patch of land is all we have. And so it is a survival thing for us to want to build a better country that is sustainable, that will not, fall into the brink of war. If you don't mind, can we wrap up because of time? Or if it's critical and something heavy is on your heart, I'll give 1 minute each to, I think GJ has to also represent. So you, the sir here, and then Mr. Afayomoni, making a commitment on behalf of journalists. Do we have the capacity to see stories through as we should, in order that we can also contribute to the fight against corruption? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Kojo Wusu, and I coordinate the CSO's platform on SDGs. I think listening to other contributions, within civil society, we have a penchant of always asking of success stories, good case studies. And some years back, I'm sure Ghanaians would agree that one of the institutions that was perceived to be corrupt was the issues around passport and driver's license, which for some reason seems to have improved, if not changed. I'm asking myself, how difficult is it to replicate what is happening in these institutions across board? If there has been some improvement with the passport issuing system, there's been some improvement in obtaining driver's licensing, how difficult is it for us to replicate this in the other sectors where we feel and find corruption or perceive corruption to exist? Listening to the wealth of experiences also shared, I'm also, perhaps because of my background in development and urban planning, I'm also thinking, how difficult is it for us to go back, perhaps to the countries that were ahead of us, to see how they dealt with corruption? The mafia system in Italy, the mafia system in the Russian peninsula, the mafia system in the US and all of that, how have they dealt with it? What do we pick from these processes? So I'm just thinking, what is so complicated about corruption that we don't seem to want to replicate the good case studies we have in our own country, and also struggling to learn from the good case studies that other countries may have, who have gone ahead of us, have learned from.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Please have this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We certainly need a concerted effort to fight corruption and reduce it to the barest minimum. But for want of time, let me say that we need to be true to ourselves. Sometimes it looks like we as a nation are not committed to fighting corruption. Otherwise, we won't have what I call demolavophobia. And that is the fear for an upright auditor. Otherwise, we won't have that. But quick proposals. I'm proposing that the coalition urges government to ratify ILO Convention 158 on termination of employment. Now, what this convention says is that, as is the practice in this country and others, where they say your services are no longer required, and that's the end of it. You can't ask any further questions. This convention says that you must give reason for terminating employment. What it does also is that you don't, for those who are upright and will not condone corruption at the workplace, you can't use your services are no longer required against them. Because one thing that is critical is that you go for an interview, you are occupying a certain position, and they say, why did you leave? Why did your employer dispense you? And we say, they didn't give me any reason. It casts a slur a certain question mark on you. And in that institution or others where people know that your appointment had been terminated because you were too straight, when the wrong is being done, all your colleagues will look the other way. So, ratification of that convention is critical, and the International Labour Organization can assist Ghana when post-ratification there are other challenges. Again, I think it's important for us, for persons nominated to hold public office, ministerial or board membership, that we have persons signing a declaration on oath of fitness to hold public office, where in the oath they will indicate that they have not been charged or prosecuted or investigated for any wrongdoing whatsoever. And if they have, they need to provide particulars of that involvement and how the matter ended. If we have people signing this declaration of fitness for public office, I'm certain that many people will not go near this thing, appointments committee. Many people will say to the appointing authority, thank you, I want to stay away. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And finally, to Mr. Alpha Omoni. And I don't know if any of our virtual participants wants to say something. I can't hear them, but if any of the technical, please.
Thank you, Shamima. It is said that comparison is like a plague we should be avoiding. So we refuse to be led into temptation to compare the media's impact with others as far as the fight against corruption is concerned. But let me state emphatically that the media have an indispensable role to play to expose dark spots in society and to hold duty bearers to account for their stewardship. But the fight against corruption has made an impact, because the media have played a frontal role, and I'll use the opportunity to sprinkle a stardust of commendation on a crop of journalists who have put their lives on the line to fight corruption. Fighting corruption, we all know, comes with all kinds of dangers, and this reminds us of the most tragic circumstances under which Ahmed Swaleh was killed. But let me assure the coalition that the media in general are unintimidated and unafraid to continue the fight against corruption. Even scale is higher, because if scarce resources which are badly needed to develop this nation will find themselves in certain pockets, if such resources be diverted to satisfy the selfish ends of a few number of Ghanaians, the media are civilians ready to go after such perpetrators until the fight against corruption is finally won.
Thank you so very much. So we're coming back now for your wrapping up comments, your call to action, but most specifically the way forward, because GACC wants us to reflect with them and to envision a new way of working. So as we heard from Prof, the coalition system and the partnership with like-minded institutions who are already working in the areas of corruption, it's a good model to pursue. So what can we do to make the coalition more effective is what I want us to focus the next round of conversations on as we wrap up, and whatever you want to add to that will be fine. So I'll start with you, Mr. Kwesi Ebiesi, from the private sector perspective, and as someone who's been there from the beginning, what might you say worked well, and what kind of lessons might we draw from working together in a group, and moving forward, what else needs to be done to strengthen the group?
Thank you, Shamira. When we were young, we were told that a good name is better than riches. These days, that adage has shifted, and it is this money matter which is creating problems for us. You go anywhere, and if you have money, you can virtually do anything. This is what drives the bribery and corruption issue. I mean, mention any name. When they were nothing, you didn't even hear of them. I don't want to, to be cited for. But if you take Despite, McDan, all these names, if you go to your church today and any of those people step into your church, you see the respect and the position they will give them. So the first thing we should do is to re-educate our people that money is not everything. And the integrity, conscience are the essentials that we should work at. And therefore, it boils down to education. I keep insisting also that the laws should be reformed. I heard that justice grinds, the wheel of justice grinds slowly. I think we can speed it up. Look at the election petition. The first one we did took 8 months. When we decided that it must be speeded up, we did it in how many days? The Attorney General go. We did it in 48 days. So, Mrs. Obobisa, I think you should help in speeding up some of these cases. And whilst on Mrs. Obobisa, I think Mrs. Obobisa should be celebrated because the Attorney General's office is a place that lawyers hate. And they never want to stay there long enough. And I think you've done very well and need to be celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reverend Degbe, what is the role of the faith community as being part of a coalition like GACC? Obviously now you are a guru. You are no longer the innocent Degbe who was, trusted onto a position that you were unaware of all the intricacies. Right. Now you're more aware, and as the faith community continues to be a part of a coalition like that, what will be their expectations moving forward?
Thank you. I think most of us have referred to this issue as that of ethics and morality, and that's how we come in. If we as religious community would try and teach our people, because whether we are Christians or Muslims, and my successor is sitting down there, Haji Gado, is that we all believe there's a judge who judges us in this world and the world to come. If we make sure that our people believe that this is true and it is real, they may change their opinion. But more, in addition to that, if we stop celebrating some of these things that my brother Isaiah BSC is saying about people who have riches of unknown origin and we celebrate them, it will, if we minimize those ones also. By the opposite side, if we celebrate those people who have stood the fight, maybe they've been persecuted. I was referring to Haji Malvi Wahab Adam when he was the chair of the Ghana Integrity Initiative. that when they did all those surveys, they saw that there were people who were steadfast and they were persecuted, they lost their jobs. If we could make some of those people national heroes, or even by the religious community. I know in Rwanda they have people like that they celebrate. We'll see that, at least some people have some values, even though they lost their jobs and this and that, so we're able to help them. So, food for thought that we could celebrate those who are doing well and congratulate them. And gradually, if one or two times it happens, others will also learn that truth, honesty, integrity has rewards in this world and in the world to come. At least a good name is still better than riches.
Riches. There's a song that in heaven there is no beer. So we should be drinking all the beer.
Yeah, and when you fall into the gutter, you see somewhere.
But yeah, anyway, so that's not a good. There's all kinds of beer in heaven, which won't intoxicate you. So let's think of the hereafter, even as we think of the now. Mrs. Obi-Obisa, so we've alluded to the fact of a proper infrastructure needed to fight corruption. It goes beyond just the laws. It goes beyond the public awareness. We need the institutions, and we need the ethical individuals within those institutions if progress can be made. I mean, from where you sit, what might be your nuggets of wisdom in shepherding us to that direction?
Thank you very much. I think in conclusion, what I can add is, if we want this to happen, it can happen. In the 90s, there were so many armed robbery cases. Some of our neighbors had come in, especially from Nigeria, so Aflagaji. When I joined the AG's office in the 90s, there were so many robbery cases. Now, robbery was tried on indictment, so it was a very laborious process. We shortened the turnaround time. So let's try robbery cases only, summarily, in addition. And so that was done, and there were so many trials. We would go to court, so many of them. Then the Atayis came. So you'd go to court, you'd have Atayi in about 8 cases. So it was done because we decided that it was a crisis. Armed robbery was a problem for Ghana. So the laws are dynamic. We decide we want it to work for us. So then a bill was passed through Parliament. The Criminal Offences Act was amended, and we started trying robbery cases summarily as well. We got results. Now, and for a long time, robbery, the incidents dropped. Now it's rising again. So it is not just the law, something else. Perhaps inequalities in the system. Then we address it. What has made robbery come up again? So in the same instance, and then another example is rape and defilement. Now, rape cases take forever. It's still a trial on indictment. Young girls, we had an incidence of young girls who were being defiled. And that was a problem because the prosecutions take forever. And it was CSOs. I remember still in the 90s, CSOs came together and especially gender-based CSOs, the women, they fought for this. And they advocated so strongly that we had defilement cases being tried summarily. The age was dropped. They did so much to let the cases, DOFSU then came in, gender-friendly courts. We did a lot to ensure that people, young ladies who are defiled, will be tried not under the old regime, under a workable regime. It has achieved some results. We are not there yet, but we can boast of some results. In the same way, it's good we are talking about corruption, because the more we talk about it, the more we change things. So corruption is tried summarily. It's not a trial on indictment, but we still see that it is taking too much time. So what do we do? For instance, the Deputy Attorney General talked about all the interlocutory appeals. So we are doing a case 4 years, 5 years. GIDA took 6 years. Why? Because every little thing keeps on going up and up. In fact, in all the West African countries that practice the common law system, they don't have interlocutory appeals for their criminal cases. So they go faster. So we can also amend our laws so that for the high-profile cases, we should be able, like Prof is saying, finish in 8 months. It happens in the UK. Why not in Ghana?
Is that not where the political commitment comes in? Because a law or a bill must emanate from somewhere, and it must be passed in the House of Parliament. So if there's a political commitment to so do, it will happen, will it not?
Definitely. But for all the other examples I gave, it was ASGA. I mean, it was some women coming together who pushed. So not necessarily the AG. Once people push, the AG will act. And so I think that it is still all of us pushing for this to be done. And once we push, definitely the AG will then direct legislative drafting or law reform to put together, to present a bill. And sometimes the bill will come from another ministry. I mean, it can come from anywhere else. It is always sponsored by some ministry or some institution or some individual. Once it comes up, something is mooted for amendment, it can be done. Thanks.
Thank you so very much, Mrs. Obobisa. And I'll come to you now, Dr. Jemima Nuno, by way of, the public service. The Deputy Attorney General has mentioned, and I think that is one of the conversations that has happened all over and over again, that corruption is beyond just the politicians. Politicians are the figureheads. They come and go. The real people that maintain the system are the public servants. So into the future, towards a new strategy for GAC, what might be their response to dealing with the public service problem?
What I'd like to say is charity always begins at home. And I think all organizations, institutions, private sector companies should look internally first at some of their practices that encourage or promote corruption. I'm in academia, and there's been some very well-publicized cases, not strictly called corruption, but it is. If a student is asked to sleep with a lecturer for grades or to pay for grades, it's another name for corruption. Yeah. So if we find that these kinds of practices are happening in our higher learning centers or in our educational, it's a form of corruption that needs to be cleansed. If in certain public sector organizations, we find that ordinary processes will not go on unless certain wheels are oiled, then these institutions should also look internally to see how these practices can be eliminated. When I'm teaching, I teach about different leadership styles. And the ones that my students seem to dislike the most is one called leadership reward and punishment. Yeah, but it's very basic, but it's very effective. You reward practices and behaviors that you want to promote, and then you punish those that you want to eliminate. It's that basic. So I think if we, return back to basics, there are a lot of organizations, a lot of companies and institutions represented in the coalition. But what can you do first and foremost internally to ensure that you yourselves that are preaching anti-corruption are not corrupt? Thank you.
I think that that's a very poignant food for thought, which was one of the conversations I was having earlier with one of the CSO, Prof, coming to you, who was there at the beginning, and wrapping up with you to envision a way forward and creating a context with regards to challenges that CSOs themselves face generally today. The shrinking space for civic activism, the backlash against the work of CSOs from sometimes state and non-state actors, as we have all experienced, and the fears that there's a growing clampdown on voice and dissent. How will all of these things affect the work of, say, GACC as it envisages, the next 20 years? And the general erosion of, democratic gains so far. So it's a big question. How do we navigate all of these challenges? And as Dr. Nunu is saying, and still be able to also ask ourselves, CSO, the questions on transparency and accountability, and being examples, of the behavior we want to see from the public sector and its leaders.
Well, big questions, and it's getting a bit late, so my blood sugar level is lowering. It's not a good time for big questions, so I want to limit myself to just a few very basic, simple things based on some of the comments and inputs that have been put forward here. I mean, personally, I feel, and I'm happy to have been educated about the amount of work that the AG side is doing. And just in response to the concerns about ECOSIS, if I go and if I trouble myself, I take the trouble to go and report what will happen and so on, to respond to inquiries like that, and to respond to some of us who tend to be critical of some of these institutions out of ignorance. It would be great for the AG's office to publish the list of some of the recoveries they have done. It will shut some of us up, and I think it will also help us to appreciate what they do better. So just a small suggestion that way. Now, the range of issues that have been discussed and the big question of whether we are making progress on the anti-corruption front and whether that progress is sufficient or not, I think GACC needs to revisit the Ghana Anti-Corruption Action Plan. The plan, a lot of work was put into it. GACC led that work. It just casually, some things have come out of that. GACC needs to go and look at that action plan again and take off the ones that have been done and check whether they were done well, whether the issue is requited or not, and then move forward. I think at the very least we should do that. Now, as for us CSOs and I guess non-governmental individuals, we still, I think, so far as I'm concerned, if there was no pushback, if there was no resistance, then we would have been doing nothing. So I think the best way for any of us to, basically we are self-appointed. If you are self-appointed, it's fair for people to challenge you and question you. So I just don't think we should expect an easy pass. It's just that we should fight on. That's the bottom line. I cannot see any power holder who is happy for their power to be checked. I can't see anybody who is corrupt who is happy for sunshine to be, the ray of sunshine to be placed on them. So it comes with the territory, we should deal with it. I'm more concerned about loss of life and limb, and when it comes to that, I think the Amesualis and others, we should raise our voices more to ask questions about what is being done to investigate the matter, what is being done to prosecute those that may be implicated in it. That, I think, is a responsibility we bear, which I don't think we have sufficiently borne.
Thank you very much. I think we're all deserving of a very huge round of applause. As it is, sunlight continues to remain the best disinfectant. And as we have seen that we don't speak French, the only country we have is this country called Ghana. And it behoves on you and I to work to ensure that this country succeeds. And so I'd like to say thank you on behalf of all my panel members for coming, staying through and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you so very much, Professor Emmanuel Jimabuedi, Reverend Dr. Fred Digbe, Mr. Kwesi Abiesi. Mr. Kwesi, we want to tell you that we particularly cherish your contribution to this country, and no one would discount that contribution. Just to reassure you, which is why you are here, shall we give him a round of applause as well? Dr. Jemima Nunu continued to shape the minds and hearts of our young leaders. Sometimes it's troubling whether the future, if there's hope for the future, given the kinds of behaviors we are exhibiting. And Mrs. Yvonne Atakra Obuobisa, continue to do your good job at the AG's office. And we're unfortunately unable to be joined by Ms. Sisi Kagaba from Uganda because of network issues. So as we prepare to end, remember that a culture enables a certain climate to thrive, and that climate will lead to a consequence that will not be good for all of us. So let us build better cultures so that we'll live in more enduring climates of accountability, transparency, growth, and dignity for each and every Ghanaian. That is what will be good for us as a nation. That is what will make us happy as a nation. And that will be a sign that we are progressing as a nation called Ghana. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Bye for now from us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 1,000. Let me come back to my program and see what next. Okay, so I think the final thing we have on the program is closing remarks. I don't know if Mr. Richard Quayson did make it after all. He didn't. So, right. So Linda is still wearing her shoes, and she'll take up the podium and give us her closing remarks. Thank you, Linda.
The gentleman can help me. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it has been a very great forum, and we all deserve a hand of applause for ourselves. The deliberations have been good, and more importantly, the discussions on going into the future. For me, it's very good for us to be thinking about saying what the next 20 years would be for anti-corruption fights in Ghana. Some few takeaways, and we will be out of here, still standing in the shoes of Mr. Richard Quayson. Okay, so then, for me, sitting through the program, participating and listening to all the conversation that has happened this afternoon, I believe GACC is still a very important and relevant organization, particularly looking at the way it's being formed, the structure, the idea behind bringing together society organizations, private sector, state accountability institutions, to deliberate, to engage, and see how we deal with the issue of corruption is still very critical and important. I also believe that Corruption is still a very big problem in this country. It's a challenge we can't run away from. Its pervasiveness is quite worrying. And for me, if you live in Ghana, you are very much familiar with the fact that we still have problems dealing with grand corruption, petty corruption, administrative corruption, political corruption, you name them. It's still a big issue that we have to deal with. And the skate's performance here in the morning is evidence of the scale and scope of the corruption canker we have as a country. Because of the multifaceted nature of corruption, the platform like GACC is still very important. And as we begin to expand, as Beauty said in the morning, GACC started with 8 organizations. Now there are about 13 organizations constituting the GACC. We have to still remind ourselves that GACC relevance actually relies on the facts of the like-mindedness of its members. And so we have come together expanding. We shouldn't forget that as we go about doing our various jobs in our various organizations, we should remember the importance of partnerships. That is how come, if you look at the OSP's Act, you see the constitution of the board, because the state actually recognizes the importance of different organizations coming together to play a role. So the nature of the OSP board talks about coalitions. Actually, you see different organizations all playing a role. And that is how come, from the civil society angle, this kind of structure is very relevant and we shouldn't take it for granted. Ladies and gentlemen, on the way forward or looking into the future, so many things were said here and very important. Permit me to actually emphasize the need for a national conversation on the problem of corruption, the efforts we have put in dealing or addressing the canker, the results we've gotten, and what else we should be doing that we have not done well. That other countries are performing very well, and we are still struggling to deal with the canker. I wouldn't say we've not done anything, to be frank. So many years ago, we didn't have all the laws that we currently do have. So that's, on that front, we have done well. But then if we still are scoring around the 40s on the CPI, then we should be doing more than we have done. And not only the CPI, Afrobarometer and so many other surveys point to the fact that corruption is still a problem. So going into the future, we need a national conversation. And that said, we can promise you and assure you, GACC with its stakeholders will have this national conversation at the back of the launch of the Corruption Perception Index in the year 2022. In January, that conversation will happen. And we will bring all stakeholders on board. Prof talked about having some hope with the OSP. I believe, and you agree with us, that let us give the new person the opportunity. Let us support the new OSP, and let us see what we can do with the OSP. The act is very good. It's one of the best acts, one of the strongest acts we've had so far as anti-corruption fight is concerned. And I believe with the support, the new SP, the person of Mr. Kissie Jabin, would be able to do some great work with the office. We talked about education. Whilst I recognize the importance of the education from the angle of the NCC, as explained by Madam Josephine Nkrumah with us this morning or this afternoon, we also have to look at education from the angle of the Dampari way. What education is when we sanction and we see the results. So I was happy when Prof talked about if you can get the AG having conversation more with us and telling us the results we are getting from the implementation of the act and also through the work that they do and the result, the monies that we're able to recover for the state. All these things are very important. If you get to know that if you steal, you'll be sanctioned, and this has been sanctioned, money has been recovered and all those things, I believe others who are planning to be corrupt will learn from. That is another kind of education. This is not for the young people, it's for the corrupt. And I call it the Dampari kind of education. Let us learn from the new IGP and go on that. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that still going into the future, we need GACC and other stakeholders in the anti-corruption fight. We have to think about impacts. What results are we getting? We need to think about identity and our strength. Whilst we collaborate and engage with stakeholders, it doesn't mean we can still not speak up If you go sit around the table with the executive, does not mean when there is corrupt in the executive, we shouldn't be able to speak up. We should be able. COVID made us silent. COVID is gradually going, but for Omicron, we are getting there, and we should start. I want us to start speaking up the way we did. We need new tools to measure the extent of corruption. And we need tools to measure the impact and the results that we are getting. Kojo and myself are having a conversation. We still don't feel it. We can't touch it. We believe we have done so many things from what we learned from the last engagement on the conversation on the platform. We have done so much, but still we don't feel it. All that we see is the 40s on the CPI and the fact that we can see petty corruption all over the place, grand corruption all over the place. We still need to have some kind of new tools. Innovation is the key. Financial stability for the CSOs is very critical. Apart from that, Prof has retired. Many senior people that started, Mr. Degbe, Reverend Degbe has retired. People are retiring. We will retire. We need to build capacity for the next 20 years so far as anti-corruption is concerned. And finally, we need to be very audacious. We lost the case concern, or we didn't lose, or we didn't see the result that we wanted with the going to court on Mr. W's matter, and so forth. It doesn't mean we should shut up. We should come back and be more audacious and challenge and demand accountability from the state and everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I believe it has been a very great forum, great deliberations, great insight into the future. And I'm sure the next time the GACC calls you, we'll be discussing the great results we've gotten so far as anti-corruption effort is concerned in Ghana. Thank you very much, and see you some other time.
You see, I'm sure someone called Mr. Kwesi and told him not to come again because the shoes were adequately filled. Thank you so very much. Let's give Linda another round of applause. And on that note, I'd like to call on Mr. Bright Soul, who is head of programs at GACC, to give us the vote of thanks.
Madam Chair, kindly permit me to stand on existing protocol. The Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, the GACC, is most grateful to God Almighty for his divine sustenance throughout the 20 years. He has consistently provided a way out for us no matter the challenge. Those who are involved in the preparation for this particular event know the story and know how good God has been to us. We are also grateful to our institutional members for their commitment to the coalition and the support they've given to the Secretariat to drive the GACC forward. We are immensely indebted to the representatives, past and present, a lot of them here today, of these institutions that have kept faith with us all these years. We are also grateful for the support we have received from government through various ministries, departments, and agencies, and metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies across the country. We very much like to appreciate our development partners who have provided financial and technical resources to the coalition. We'd like to recognize the UNICEF, UNDP, UNODC, the World Bank, US Embassy, USAID, the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office of the UK, formerly DFID, Danida, Star Ghana, Oxfam, Open Society Foundation, particularly the Open Society Initiative for West Africa, OSIWA, the William and Florette Hewlett Foundation, and many donors that have supported us over our 20 years of existence. To all GACC staff, past and present, your sacrifice have brought us this far, 20 years and counting. I see a number of you here today. It's so exciting to see you. May God bless you richly for your contribution. The GACC very appreciate all the support you have enjoyed from the fourth estate of the REM, the media. You are the voice amplifying our contribution, and we sincerely appreciate you. As far as today's event is concerned, we are grateful, very, very grateful indeed, to Mrs. Linda Oforikwafu, Executive Director of the GII, who has stepped in and agreed to chair this event. The notice was very short, but our appreciation is 1,000,000 times longer. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kwafu. We are also very grateful to the Deputy Attorney General for the very rousing keynote address. Again, the GACC would like to thank the expert panel that gave us so much to think about in changing our approach to fighting corruption in this country. Professor Emmanuel Jimabwedi, Reverend Dr. Fred Egbe, Mrs. Yvonne Atakra-Bobisa, Mr. Kwesi Abiesi, and Dr. Jimamai Nono. Thank you so much. God richly bless you. We would like to say a gargantuan thank you to CDD Ghana and Zenith Bank for providing financial support towards today's event. You are the ones who paid the piper, but relinquished the tune calling to the GACC. Thanks so much for your generosity. On behalf of the board and the secretariat, I'd like to say a final thank you to all of you who left your Christmas shopping to come and celebrate this day with us, including those who joined us virtually. May God bless you with big Christmas bonuses. We wish you safe journey back to your homes and offices. Thank you very much.
What wrong, Phila? Why? You are not doing Christmas shopping. So on that note, thank you all so very much, and may God see us safely back. I think there's a closing prayer. Since we started with God, we must as well also end with him. No, there's not. There's musical interlude. Alaji is here, so he must just give us a closing prayer.
Subhana Rabbika Rabbil Izzata Mahasabun wa alal Muslim Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen Rahmanir Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in Ihdina siratal mustaqim Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim Ghayril maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amen.
Thank you very much. Shall we give ourselves a round of applause? And yes, I would grant you the privilege of clapping for me too. Thank you all. May God be with us all and have a good day, rest of the day that is. Bye for now.